Hello. Hello. I'm getting a phone call from someone. This is not a bit. Who dares reach out to me at the moment? My wife? Please hold. Hi, sweetie. I'm literally starting it now. What's up? Good. Yeah, I love you too. You have yourself just the best one ever. Kisses. Yeah. Yeah, they can hear everything. You're my schmooper whoopertons. My pudding princess. There she goes. Okay, alright, let me just, I'm a professional streamer, chat. Just give me a minute. Just give me a minute. Just let me cook. Okay. We're gonna get to it. We're getting to the we're getting to the stream now. Okay, very exciting developments happening. I know it's been approximately what, over 100 hours since we last streamed Final Fantasy XI. Lay gasp. I can't believe it either. It's frankly disgusting. But we're here now, and boy howdy, are we gonna make ourselves some amends. I have a new boom arm, which means absolutely nothing to you, nor do I expect it to. On paper, it gives me back the immediate space in front of me, where I can put like notepads or like my hands or novelty items, like I don't know. Kirby themed stress relievers, you know, things like that. What I did not realize was that for reasons that are completely unknown to me, that are completely on me to figure out, my mechanical keyboard, which has keys that are loud as fuck because I got it before a time where I thought I was going to be streaming, can be picked up. So when I type, if I type even moderately aggressively, it's likely that it's going to get picked up on the mic. So if you hear me clacking away, I apologize. Hopefully it's not horrifically loud. I did not have this problem when I had my jury-rigged setup where I had my microphone chilling on top of 8,000 cut-up pieces of noise cancellation foam. And my only theory is that the way that I have it angled now allows it to pick up noises behind it, even though it's set up to the specific setting that's supposed to dissuade that from happening. And yeah, I guess I can get fucked. I guess that's the only reasonable recourse. It's just for me to get effed. I can't think of other recourse. What are we doing today? We're not gonna be doing anything on Paladin. Spotify is a little bit loud. Why is everything breaking, dude? Why is it I can't just have a stream where everything works exactly the way that I last said it? Maybe it's just because this is a new song and it's going a little bit harder than normal. Let's lower the volume just a little bit. Just a tad. You can have it about here, or allegedly about 25 to 30% lower than where I am, and that's sufficient. I'm gonna be doing Summoner today. We are getting into the levels now where all of my kit, or most of my kit, is coming online, which I love for me. But we're not gonna get immediately into partying. We are going to first acquire the drip, and then I'm going to say about 800,000 words. All right. I'm gonna take you to a place that you can hear me say all of these words and have them mostly make sense. So I'm going to go back on a Paladin, and I'm going to give you something reasonably attractive to look at. We're going to sub Black Mage. Equip. Get this fucking admin stuff off me, dude. It burns. Need my Darksteel Cuirass set so I can look cool while I explain very cool things. And sleeve. And we're going to Queefum Island. Mm-hmm. Yep, that's what it's called. That's a canonical explanation for it.
Have you ever had a dream that you want him to do you so much you could do anything?
Yeah. Chad, if you guess where it is that we're going to said pretty place within 3 guesses, I will give you, and I shit you not, I will give you the link to a prize of GTFO 4K wallpapers. That's literally the name of the game. Okay. Dare drop worked out for me. I wasn't really sure what to think. We did our, if you have no frame of reference for what I'm talking about, we did a GTFO first look type thing, where we played single player GTFO, aka the sweaty cooperative horror first person shooter, and we completed a dare, unquote, and it was to kill a monster type that is considered very dangerous to go near for different reasons with a melee attack. I completed the dare, and then I was able to see if Dare Drop would then send me things that I could give away as prizes, which is like their whole MO, is that publishers work with them to set up dares, which are, I assume, designed by the developers to do things that are either not in the normal order of things when playing a game normally, or are considered difficult in their own way, in a way that's kind of like artificial. So for example, in GTFO, you generally speaking want to be able to see what's in front of you sometimes. So one of the dares is play and complete the entire round without your flashlight on. Or there's even a reverse example of that, a reverse dare, where you play with the flashlights turned on all the time, because monsters don't like, you know, when you shine lights on them or something. I don't really know the lore fully to that extent, but that's the basic premise. And then they send you stuff which you can then give to your viewers. I picked basically like the most easy thing that I could see on there, because I didn't know if I if I needed to expend all the effort to allegedly get a Steam key copy that I could then give away if, you know, for example, like they just didn't, like, if there were problems. I wanted to have like it was basically like a live combat test. But since they actually came through, there might be other things that I'll do through the service. It's not really like a sponsorship per se. Dare Drop is kind of like the middleman, when the middleman is doing like fun challenges in order to give you things that are endorsed or condoned by the developers. You know how it goes. Yeah, that's gonna be our segue. That's gonna be our segue, chat. We might in future work with that service and get things that I can then give away to you, like gift cards and physical merch. And I'm not really sure how the physical merch thing would go. I'm assuming that they would send some kind of like special discount code, and then you would take that discount code after I communicate with you privately using whatever method that would be, to send you the code, and then you go onto the thing and you redeem the code, and then Bob's your uncle. Where we're going is one of the prettiest places in all of Vanadil. A good amount of the landscape in this game is copy and pasted. I mean, they did a good job of like modulating it or whatever, right? But you know, if you were to show corporate and ask them the difference between two pictures, and you showed like a backdrop of this against Kronstadt Highlands, the person looking at it would say they're the same picture. That's not exactly how the meme goes, but you know what I'm going for. We're gonna be party explaining today. It's one of the topics that is like by far the most requested in all of Horizon 11dom, and even, you know, other private servers. It's like most people that are used to creating parties or are capable of creating parties just kind of like bumble into it because there's so much of the party leading mindset and actionability is self-installed and learned through trying to incorporate what you've seen other people apply themselves. Like you just take like bits and pieces just so like you can bang sticks and rocks together to try to make the same sounds that they were making. And sometimes it makes music, and other times it just ends up pissing everyone off, and nobody goes home satisfied. You know, one of them Johns, as they say in their street vernacular. It's one of them Johns. I was gonna stay on the bridge, but no. This requires a more full frontal view. So I'm going to talk for what I presume to be 30 to 45 minutes. Basically taking up much valued the Thousand Arms time. However, it is for a good purpose. So maybe I get a little bit closer. Can I get on top of those rocks? What level are these? Too low for me to carry. Can I get on the rock? I'd like to get on the rock. It'd be a shame if I can't get on the rock. Apparently I can't get on the rock. I would like to get on the rock. No. Rock says no. What about any of these rocks? What if I just like do it at like an angle? That's what she said. Up here is a good platform. This is good. Look at that, chat. It's kind of pretty. I do think that being so close to it kind of like loses something, but you also get like the little updrafts. It kind of fucks. Professional streamer. Also, I need to use the little robots room real quick. I will be back in like 15 seconds, I promise. I'm just going to go in there and I'm going to pee on the ground. Okay, we are back. Oh man. Alright, let me bring up my list of all the knowledge that I approximately have about party leading in this game. So for context, I have probably created and successfully, you know, your mileage may vary what exactly the word successfully entails, successfully created and led probably hundreds of parties at this point, if I would have to guess. It is one of the things that I enjoy doing most, even after I get a series of parties that crash and burn, because there is always something that you can learn better for the future. Much like everything in this video game and in life in general, you never stop learning. The moment that you turn your brain off, you're effectively doing damage to yourself and your future prospects. So maybe after thousands of successfully led or created parties, I can reasonably say to you, I'm good. I've learned everything that there is to know. I have no other means of improving my knowledge as is. When the time comes, you and I as a community will I guess do some kind of like quiz or something, like a party SAT, and we'll see if I actually learned everything that there is to know. But we will start from the beginning. Party leading, camp creation, etiquette. there are two flavors of categories of party. Okay, there's BZNMs and missions, and there's experience parties, which are typically comprised of like traditional parties and what are called burns. BZNMs and missions are their own beasts, and I'm not going to cover job combinations or considerations or strategies for any BCNM. Just not. You can go look at the innumerable wiki pages that are out there, both past and current. I almost said past and future. I don't think you have that capability. I'm assuming not. And have it explain to you, BCNM explain, these are the jobs that work well for this. This is why. This is a general strategy. That's not what I'm here to do. I'm here to talk about the second flavor, aka chocolate, of experience parties, which is traditional and burns. So burns typically involve a puller of some description, like a thief or a ninja or anyone willing to do it. Anyone that's able to pick up a rock and throw it. Oh my god. I still can never really tell like how loud my music should be. I just lowered it a little bit. I think that it's around where I would want it to be. I'm gonna lower it one more tick. I feel like that might be actually making it too low, but you know, I'll figure that out in post, won't I? They typically involve a puller, a thief, a ninja, anyone willing to do it, anyone capable of picking up a rock and throwing it at an enemy in order to pull it over to the party. 1 to 2 summoners, and 3 to 4 black mages. The puller grabs a thing, and then once the thing gets to the party, it gets nuked to hell by the black mages, and then the summoners basically are just there for spring water and to do a little bit more chip damage, really, or to create like on-demand skill chains that the black mages can exploit. That's what it is. That's what the 3 hours to 3 to 4 hours of partying that you're going to experience if somebody reaches out to you and says, hey, do you want to do a burn at this location at this time? And then you basically have to respond to them like, sir, this is a Wendy's. I'm interested, but not right now. I'll have to pass. Most, if not all of my experience is in the other half, the traditional parties. I've done maybe 2 or 3 burns in the entirety of my time playing with this game, aka entirely too long. Burn parties are typically very high experience. So if you don't mind the general mouthfeel of a burn party, then you're gonna be able to do laps around me in traditional parties all the way up to 75. Traditional parties are what have always interested me. The idea of combining 5 perfect strangers and their particular skill sets and abilities and equipment of all varying flavors and types and extremities to like make a beautiful, I don't know, dead monster sandwich. That's what I'm here. That's what I'm here on this earth to do. It's talking about this game that's old enough to smoke, drink, vote, and enlist is traditional parties. So you have your different parts of the food group. I don't know why I keep referring to food over and over again. I ate. I have coffee. I'm good on those fronts. You have a puller, which is anyone willing to equip a ranged weapon, law word wrong, and drag things back to the party. You have a tank. You have a healer, typically a sub healer or support, aka somebody that's capable or willing to help heal as needed, and 3 damage dealers of some description. This guide, as like a cliff note, okay, an asterisk as it were, is intended for people that are brand new to this game. Like they just took off their factory sealed wrapping and they're just trying to throw down with an interface with party leading, because it's a part of the game that I would say most people have the fewest experience with in general. Even people who have been playing this game for a long time may have never tried to party lead. They'll just sit there with their flag up, even for hours sometimes, especially hours back in the day, when all of us allegedly, when we were just like little boys and girls, had way too much time on our hands. That they don't like, it's pretty rare for people to make parties. Like the number of people that are actively trying to make parties is sometimes outstripped, if not often outstripped, by the number of people who are looking for party and just want to get picked up and not think too hard. 54, oh shit, I need to party with you soon. Yeah, currently I'm 52. Also, hello, Hugin. I'm 52, so I'm good to sync to whatever. I'm Nin51. That sounds great. I'll have my people talk to your people, and your people can talk to my people's people, and we'll work something out in post. Absolutely happy to do it. I don't know if you actually have any time in about like 45 minutes or so, but after I'm finished with however long this actually takes, I'm game for whatever. We don't have a lot of schedule overlap. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I figured that. I'm not sure exactly what your time zone is between mine, or like what your general day-to-day is like, but yeah. If it's a struggle for you to party during this typical time period, it might have to be, I don't know, like a weekend thing, whatever that would be. So going back to what I was talking about, puller, tank, healer, sub-healer, support, and 3 damage dealers of some description. Tanks can consist of anyone that's willing to get wailed on for hours. Okay, 2 to 3 hours. True tanks, quote unquote, are typically considered to be paladin who mitigates damage just by enduring it and dealing it and making sure that they're the ones that are taking the hits and using whatever tools is necessary in order to ensure that continues to be the case. They're not doing any real dodging. The most that they're going to be doing is like parrying or blocking with their shield, which just reduces damage a little bit. The opposite side of the coin is ninjas. Ninjas are tanks by virtue of trying to piss off the enemy through usage of tools. If they are abhorrently well off using shuriken, which are very expensive but are another very overlooked part of their toolkit, and avoiding damage by constantly reapplying their shadows whenever they can. If the enemy is not doing damage to you, then the healer is able to relax a little bit more, which helps with the overall endurance of the party. On-demand tanks are what I would describe to be roles or jobs that are not in most people's minds that a good description or the first thing or job that you would think of when it comes to tanking. That would be warrior, who would either have like an axe and a shield, even though it's extremely rare to see that type of warrior outside of Valkyrim Dunes or especially Quifum Island, or subbing /nin. They do keep tools and gain tools that help them in a tanky role. Like they have defender, which increases the rate of their shield block and increases their defense at the expense of attack. And barring that, they just try to piss off the enemy as much as possible just by doing damage. They're very good at that, and so /ninning also allows them to throw shadows up occasionally, not often, but occasionally, and lets them dual wield at the same time so that they hit real good. Samurai has an ability to avoid attacks occasionally, and they gain an ability later on called Saigen, which enhances the ability by allowing it to sometimes stick even when it would otherwise naturally wear, and depending on what their equipment is, it can also allow them to counter sometimes. This ability is called Third Eye, where they anticipate an attack, so it's kind of like having a free shadow that you throw on yourself by virtue of just like a job ability that you apply. They also have very high parry and evasion. The one thing that stops most people from thinking of them as a tank is the fact that they do not really wear heavy armor. It's not really something that ever becomes a thing for them. The closest thing is their artifact armor, and I mean, most of the time it's just like cloth, dude. By the time that you get to like 50s or 60s and beyond, you're not going to see defensive values like you would on traditional paladin armor. The on-demand tank that I would consider, but you almost never see. You almost never see it because it's typically not preferable, not considered preferable, not maybe era, but perhaps era plus, is monk. So monks have a huge health pool, okay, which isn't necessarily a great thing because it just means more HP needing healed by the traditional healers, right? But they also have a type of damage mitigation that is exclusive to them that is often overlooked, which is called guard. It functions the same way, or at least on paper the same way, as a paladin's shield block rate does, and that it doesn't show you any particular animation. Like when you get hit by a monster, normally a bunch of like ketchup comes splurting out, right, and all over the screen and all over everyone's faces. But if you're guarding, that particular visual effect doesn't happen. You just take reduced damage. Their evasion is also pretty good, and they have like a cute amount of parry ability also. Warriors are better at tanking than perhaps most would suggest that they are. Samurai and monk, I've had samurai tanks before. Hi Lissa, you wonderful person. I've had samurai tanks before, and it's been non-preferred because they take more damage, even considering third eye, than you would like your tank to be receiving. But it wasn't the worst ever, and we'll cover atypical party compositions in a bit. But so you have your true tanks, paladin and ninja, on-demand tanks, warrior, samurai, and monk. And the one exception to this kind of like tank role is sky or bird parties, basically. At between the level 63 and 67, you're able to access this place that's commonly referred to as sky, otherwise known as Alteu, which is in late stage Chains of Promethea. And once you have access to this area, there's a bunch of birds that are floating around up there. The birds that are up there don't do anything that's particularly damaging. They don't do anything that's particularly weird. They have very limited AoE abilities. They're just kind of there, and they die pretty fast. So in those types of parties, it's not often that there is a dedicated tank pulled into it on purpose. Most of the time, everyone just equips ninja as a sub job, keeps up shadows, and then they let the monster bounce around as needed all over the place. Like hate will fly all over the place, which is fine on paper, in theory, because everyone has shadows. So you know, if one particular person doesn't have hate for very long, that's fine, because the bird is then just going to move to somebody that may be waiting with like a full suite of shadows. Yeah, so we covered tank roles. We're gonna go to pullers now. Typical pullers would be thief, because they can flee, which lets them move twice at the normal speed, run around. They can find and collect things easier, or more quickly rather. They have crossbows anyway most of the time to apply debuffs like defense down. And they have pretty high evasion, which lets them dodge pretty consistently. And the other is bard. Songs can't be interrupted by getting hit. They can sleep mobs in order to do something called stage pulling, which is just having the next mob in order, waiting to die for after the current mob dies. I'll turn up the music a little bit. I like the song. Non-typical pullers is people that are likely to have a ranged weapon anyway, and you can always spot check them to be sure, or ask them if it really comes to it. These are samurai, dark knight, warrior, and ninja. It's pretty rare for you to have a ninja in a party that's not also expected to tank, but I myself have invited ninjas with the express purpose of pulling, because they have shadows, so that they're not going to be getting slapped around too often or too hard on their way back to the party to kill whatever the next flora or fauna it is there to die, right? General pullers is literally anyone or anything that doesn't need to rely regularly on MP to do their role and is capable of throwing a rock. Do not be confused. Anyone can be a puller. Anyone. Even mages if the situation is dire enough, in which case you should probably you know, give it a minute and wait to see if if somebody that is capable or willing of pulling would come up instead, because it's not great to expect somebody who's reliant on MP to do their job to also pull at the same time. There is one job that I will categorically say should never pull. Ever. 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 Okay? Like, it leans in. Ever.
You're a third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck.
And that is Ranger. Hey, Boa. What the hell is that? You do not shake the rat like that. Where did you even get that? I thought it was a pug. I thought I was like, that's fucked up. Don't post that. I thought it was somebody grabbing a pug by the neck and shaking it. I was like, I knew there was a lot wrong with you, but god damn. So Rangers not being suggested to pull might seem bizarre, because their bread and butter is ranged attacks, right? So they're guaranteed to have a ranged weapon of some description. No Ranger worth their salt walks into this here Final Fantasy XI without a ranged weapon. They have wide scans, so they have their own special menu and function to pinpoint something that needs to die next and pull it back. But the thing that the game, one of the many things that the game doesn't tell you is that initial pulls. So a monster that is hit by anything for the first time from anything, the act of being the first person interfacing with a monster in that way creates a lot more hate than normal. So compounded with high damage ranged attacks, which already are taking off the monster on a regular basis, it's very hard to get hate control back from a ranger that's pulling. You should avoid having a ranger pulling at all costs, unless it's somehow literally the only option, and your only other options are like you have mages and that's it. The otherwise, if you're, like I said, if you're a mage of any description, you shouldn't be pulling, because you can't rest if you're pulling. It sucks. I have been a paladin who has tanked and pulled at the same time. It is awful. And even though I'm not really resting all that often, especially later on, it still feels bad. So we covered pullers, we covered tanks. Damage dealers the next. It's what's on the tin, just breaking it down into brass tacks. Damage dealers, any job with tools or weapons to hit monsters consistently and hard. Melee would be warriors, monks, dark knights, beastmasters, samurai, dragoon. Ranged would be black mages, rangers, and samurai. Some samurai are kind of like some samurai cosplay as ranged damage dealers, and there is functionality built into their kit that better allows that. Like some bows are typically limited. Some strong bows can be limited to ranger or samurai only. I think, but don't quote me on this, that there is a bow that gets specific benefits from being handled by a samurai. Shigeru bow. I don't even know if that's like a real piece of equipment. You look it up. I'm not a samurai expert. But they could also be considered one. I had a samurai in a party once that made their whole thing being running up to the monster, slapping it around with their big fat katana, and then running away 20 meters out and doing like a slug, or not a slug shot, whatever the equivalent is. I don't remember what it's called. I should remember. I've seen it about 1 million times. But whatever the bow equivalent of slug shot is, that's what they were doing. Damage dealer can also be considered something like a thief, which is not a dedicated damage dealer job. You're not going to see many people out there, unless you're like a thief main that's trying to era plus it, saying that thief is like a dedicated damage dealer job. They're like a hybrid, like utility damage dealing thing. But it does decently big numbers, always have played well. And you can always, make up the difference with the equipment and high tier food and stuff like that. You have your support role, which are jobs able to buff parties in unique ways. As of this writing, Treasures of Ottergon is not out yet, and with Treasures comes an additional bespoke support job. But in current day, Chains from Prometheus world, You have bards who buff the party with songs, AoE songs, and you have summoners who buff the party with blood packs, aka they summon a incarnation of like an element that's also like a deity. Not really specific on like the lore, okay, but they're like Garuda and Titan and Ifrit and all that stuff. And Mr. Rogers is also like a summon, but he's super secret, and you can only like access him by really digging deep into the code, okay, which is a very annoying and possibly bannable process. Hugin, if he's still here, understands. So it's bards and summoners as your support. Summoners can also be considered great sub healers, okay, we'll get to that. True healers are white mage and red mage as of right now. White mage healing is their whole MO. That's what defines them. That's what they're good at. They get access to high tier healing, some spells being exclusive or sooner, and exclusive ways of curing debuffs. Like a race, as an example, or Kursna. I think Varuna is also exclusive to them. Red mages are get a lot of reasonably high tier healing, along with the ability to refresh themselves and other mages, which is a spell that they can use to give people a passive MP regeneration. They're also very good at debuffing. Debuffing is like one of their highest skills, so they're more often able to apply and have debuffs stick for their full duration. You have your backup healers, which are like main healers if there's literally no other option. And that would, as apparently the only example that I have of a backup healer is Summoner, who can be main healers after 42. This is a hill that I'm currently still dying on repeatedly. I know that in some circles that is what qualifies as perhaps like the hottest take known to man, but I'm still pretty sure. I'm still pretty sure about it. Is it like good? No. Does Summoner get white magic natively? No. I'm accounting for my sins right now. I understand all this. But they do. You can't argue with me that they do in fact get certain tools that allow them to heal the group. Okay. And while they're not exactly pervasive or effective, and basically exist in that they're either healing way too much or healing too little for too much or too little MP respectively, they are able to heal in a pinch. If you get 2 summoners in a party because you can't find any white mages or red mages at all, your party will be fine. I can assure you of this. They have massive MP pools. They have auto refresh as a trait. Some summons and packs that can heal and cure debuffs. They can also spring water, which applies like refresh to themselves and other mages. They're just good. Okay. So let's say that you end up with the perfect party composition. All right, then you're good. Then you could just stop the guide here and go do whatever it is that you do when you're not paying attention to me speak. But very rarely are you ever going to be in a situation where it's all going to line up, that it's all going to come up Millhouse. You're going to get parties that are atypical. Basically like a blend of jobs that may only include some or maybe even one of the jobs that you would prefer to see. Players may include in their search comments the minimum level that they're willing to party at or around, or other roles that they require to be in the party before they'll accept an invite at all, which is typically like prospective party members being like, I'll only play the video game if I get a bard or a red mage for like the refresh or like the ease of pulling in the party. Like they're like, I want this specific experience, and they want any person that is going to be inviting me today to cater to my needs. that's the headspace, dude. It is, and like there's nothing in the rules to say that they can't be like this. I don't know why you would want to be like this, but there's nothing in the rules to say that you can't. All right. Ultimately, If you have A, someone that's willing to take the hits, B, 2 people willing to heal person A that's tanking, C, someone to pull things using whatever method they have available, and D, people that are able to damage the mob reliably, you have a party that is able to just go out there and do the thing. All right, that's at the end of the day, that's all that you need. Sometimes as a party leader, you're gonna have to deal with AFK looking for partiers. Pretty often people are gonna flag up and then they're just gonna go AFK and do other things while waiting for the sound of a tell, possibly inviting them to a party. They could be working on their interpretive dance. They could be washing their balls. That's typically a popular one. They could be playing, like, I don't know, like ball in a cup. Whatever the reason is, they're not there, even if they're flagged up, indicating that they're ready to throw down. Expect at least 30% of people that are currently looking for party, when you glance, to take at least 20 to 30 seconds to answer. They're gonna come back after they get their bag of Cheetos or whatever, and they're going to clear off all the pots and pans in front of their keyboard and then press the plus key on their numpad in order to bring up the chat and then see if somebody told them. It's helpful for both you and anyone that's listening that's planning on partying in the future to add a search comment when you're trying to XP party. You go to menu, search, edit comment, experience party, enter, and then you put your expectations, such as like what your preferred level minimum is going to be, and anything else that you want possible party leads to know. Like, I'll only accept parties if it's over this given level, like 40 plus. If you're like one of the people that I explained before, aka naughty and bad, you would include parties equal red mage / bard equals no thanks. Okay, basically saying like I will only party if the world caters to me. And you can also throw in there, I'm also able to party on other jobs, and then typically people give their level ranges for those jobs. We're gonna hop right into skill chain planning. Skill chains in this game are both wonderful and deeply cursed. I mean, I know that doesn't exactly narrow it down, because there's a lot of stuff that's in Final Fantasy 11 that can be described that way. But I'm gonna post 2 things in chat. For the first thing I'm gonna post, which is street legal to use, by the way, is the chains add-on. When you have this add-on in your add-ons folder and you've done like in-game, you do like add-on /add-on load chains. When you are able to do a weapon skill and someone in your party does a weapon skill on their own, if your weapon is capable of weapon skilling after the one that was used, and to make a skill chain and do like extra free damage and create like a special effect that mages are able to magic burst off of, it's going to tell you. It's going to tell you exactly what weapon skill you need to use in order to create whatever the skill chain is that it's describing. I'm also going to throw in a skill chain chart into chat. It's not a chart. Sorry. That's so there's lots of charts out there. I do not use charts. You will mind flood yourself 10 out of 10 times. This calculator is the closest thing that I've been able to find, and I'll put this in the description of the YouTube video at youtube.com/@simpleprostoic when the time comes. Okay. But without chains and without the skill chain calculator, even after playing this game for entirely too long and plotting probably hundreds of skill chains, I still, if I didn't have these tools, I would have no idea. I would have no idea what it is that I'm trying to, what the end state is. Like if a black mage is like, well, my strongest spell is Thunder 2 at the moment, I would have no idea. Using whatever tools that my current party has, how to result in a thunderable skill chain and make that happen. I don't know. I wouldn't know how to do it. Where to start? I wouldn't be able to say, okay, well, aside from happening to remember, like fast blade, and then you do like a loop-de-loop attack, right? And then it creates like a thunderbolt thing. Unless I happen to remember at the time, I'm always referencing chains and skill chains, or the skill chain calculator. In some cases, it's not necessarily worried about getting a skill chain in place, as such as like if party combinations and the party can't reliably end on a weapon skill that's particularly damaging, or if the rate at which the 2 to 3 people doing the skill chain builds TP, like if the rate of building TP is so imbalanced between each other that it's causing more confusion than the damage it's dealing is worth, or the rate at which the mobs are dying is so incredibly fast that it's almost limiting the party, aka like the bird parties in the sky that I was mentioning before. But in most cases, it's absolutely worth it to plot skill chains. It's absolutely worth it to do it whenever the skill chain itself is ending on a weapon skill that's decently damaging, such as like Raging Fists from Monks, or Pennant Thrust from Dragoons, or Viper Bite from Thieves. It's always funnier than it should be for a thief that just turned 15 in Valkyrie Dunes to sneak attack whilst saying an enemy and have like 40% of its life or more deleted instantly. If the party includes a black mage, absolutely try to set up a skill chain if at all possible, as long as the skill chain itself is decently damaging like I described. Magic bursts are very valuable. Red mages, if they're also there and have the MP for it, they can also capitalize on them. Suggest a skill chain that you're thinking of to the party, including what its element is for the mages that may be there to take advantage or burst off of. The worst that can happen is that people just don't pay attention to it and aren't interested. The best that can happen is that the party feels more engaged in general because it's more complicated than I press button when I see number go up. But you also get free damage and you XP faster. I've never done 2 dueling banjos, right? I've never had a party that is exactly the same as another party that's right next to it for evaluation reasons, and run a parser between the two and have one do skill chains and the other one not do skill chains. I've never been in a position to categorically prove what I'm saying to you, but it feels better. Okay, it feels better to the point that I suggest always doing it if it's feasible to. The one thing that most new players struggle with is plotting camps. I'm gonna probably get about halfway through this before I have to run ads because Mr. Bezos needs his Bezos bucks. You can avoid ads in their entirety by subbing, which is free with Amazon Prime. So for camps, you want to spot check your camp using the search command. I'm going to put another link in chat that gives you the abbreviations that you're going to want to apply in order to look in a specific area. You can't just type out the name. You can't do like /search and then Bosino Oubliette, okay, as like a full name and have it show you anything. You have to put in the exact abbreviation that's looking for, which for Bosino Oubliette is hyper confusingly Bosino, but without the X. Okay, it needs to be. It cannot just enough. It needs to be the exact abbreviation or cutoff word that it's looking for. And you can find all those words for all the different areas in that link that I just posted, or in the description on YouTube. So you want to spot check your camp, and if it's a popular camp that you have in mind that has, say, like 1 or 2 party spots, and you see 6 people in the level range that you're also aiming for, it's likely, but not guaranteed, they're going to be at the first or second spot that you're thinking of. You can always ask the person that's going to have a yellow name if they're XPing or XPing and where, to be sure. If there's no groups, or maybe just one group in the place that you're thinking of, always go the extra mile and physically go to the area yourself. If you find the spot and it's clear, you've soft claimed it, super quotation finger marks on that, in the sense that people who are also looking to party where you are will generally in capitalization, respect that you were there first, and they should go elsewhere. There's nothing in the rules, that said, preventing anyone from starting a party near you as long as they're not griefing, such as like healing your party repeatedly or causing your mob to lose aggro, causing it to unclaim. It just makes them look like an ass, and reputation matters in this game that the vast majority respect space. So camp experimentation in your adventures around Vanadil. Make it a point of randomly checking areas that seem to have a good number of monsters, with possible empty areas nearby for camps to be set up at. Check, as in like use the actual check function, a few monsters using a tool like Checker, which is an add-on that's built into the launcher that tells you the exact level that the monster is at to get an idea of their level range. Check, I don't know, maybe like 5 or 6 different monsters that happen to be out there. So the range, just as an example, we'll use 50 to 54. Take the number that's halfway between the minimum and the maximum, the minimum level and the maximum level that we just talked about, 50 and 54, and round it up if you need to. In this case, we don't. It's just 52, and then subtract 7 from it. In this example, it's like 45. This number, 45, can be your level sync target. So using that example, it ensures that the maximum level of the monster that you're going to be fighting is at most 9 from your current level, which is tolerable to kill, and at least 5 above, so that you're still killing it pretty fast, but you're also getting decent XP at the same time. It's a sweet spot, in my experience, 7-level difference between time invested in killing the thing and getting almost like 200 full experience from it. When you've seen a camp that looks possible, note down the position, the name of the map you're on, the level you probably need to be to get the most mileage out of it, and then when you've got a dozen or so parties led or made under your belt, get a party together and try it. Most players will be up to and interested in the new camp. Letting them know it's a new camp that you're testing will put them in the right headspace to wade through whatever growing pains might come out of it, like adjusting to the exact position of the camp or special pulling considerations, like if it's abhorrently annoying to pull and so on. What do I do if a Galco Black Mage invites me to a normal party? Ignore him? No, you wouldn't do that. You'd just be fine. If it was a Galco White Mage, it would make me hesitate. Not that there's anything wrong with playing a Galco and a Mage. I'm just saying is that it's left a impression that is probably not appropriate. Because it's like it was a one-time thing where I had a white mage. The fuck you saying? I'm just, dude. No, don't make this a thing. This isn't a thing. I'm teaching right now. All right. Let me. You can have the talking stick afterward, okay? And promise not to hit me with it. I had a Galco white mage that it was like level 20 or something. I think it was in like Tarangi Canyon or some shit. It was like level 17 to 19 or something. It was a good camp. But the Galco White Mage, I'm going to do more than hit you with it. I have no idea what you're saying. I don't know if I need to TOS you or what. But just in case, mods, can I have Icy put in a 24-hour permanent ban just in case so he can't do anything to me? Oh, man. I know that you have dirt on me, so maybe I should shut up. But the white mage is only able to heal me twice, but that's like with 2 cures, and then he was basically out. Like that was all of his MP. There is this is going off topic, but there is equipment that you can use in order to, just as an example, on the flip side of the coin, let's say that you have like a paladin Taru, right? Taru pretty fragile. They have a low HP pool. Maybe they'll equip some stuff in the back end that makes up for that difference. And HP, like they have equipment that gives them like, I don't know, like 100 more HP than normal. It's same thing with Galca, is that just like the 2004 spring version of the Brady Games Guide aptly and correctly suggests, if a Galca mage gets hate, then they'll be fine probably, because they have this massive HP pool that helps them endure getting slapped around. You know, Hi, Alyssa. Thank you so much for donating to the Real Human Stream Challenge and giving me something else to talk about than this subject that I keep looping back to. That brings a lot of ire into the chat. I have to finish this relatively quickly, this segment, and then we'll run ads. So you note down the possible position of the camp area, the name of the map you're on, the level you need to be to get the most mileage out of it. Let the people know that it's going to be a new camp and that to keep your expectations in check. And then that way they can bug out if they want to, if they need to, if they're not comfortable trying out a new party and they just want something normal, that's fine. That's their prerogative. It's their free time, or perhaps not free time if they're working. So, you know, if you have willing bodies, you can also possibly get willing bodies from Link Shell members. Link Shell members' tolerance for inter-shell shenanigans is typically a lot higher for that sort of thing. I've gone into many parties, or many situations, including one time in band camp where I turned my testimony farming for my paladin final cap unlock deep in the booty hole of Quadov territory, killing Quadov that took entirely too long to kill, and it wasn't a good XP party, but you know, people were there. They were down for it. They were down to do something different other than kill birds. But that's the end of this little segment here. I'm gonna run ads and refresh my coffee. I will be back in about 2 minutes on average. If you've enjoyed what you've heard so far, make sure you mash that follow button if you haven't already. It's an action that is free for you, but helps the channel out tremendously. I will be right back. Running ads now. Bye. All right, then I'm gonna press the button. BRB chat. I'm back. Hello. Let's turn down the music a little bit. I can never decide if I need my music at 33% or 30%. It's always a struggle. Cal, assuming that you're still here, I'm going to offer you, as a peace offering, some of my Pop Daddy Dutch apple pie pretzel sticks. And they are not very good, but they do taste like apple. For the first, I would say 2 seconds that they touch my taste buds, and then after that they turn into the indecipherable consumable mess that you get when you are playing Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild and you combine 2 ingredients together that should never come in contact, ever. Where the fuck do you find this crap? All over the place, man. You just gotta open your eyes and see the possibility for yourself. It's all around you. It's like, okay, so you've seen Pocahontas, right? Like, okay, let me cook. All right, so you've seen Pocahontas, right? And you know that one scene that I'm very vaguely remembering when, you know, when Pocahontas is getting in touch with nature. And like all the plants and the animals and even the wind comes alive, and then it's like 5 minutes of just nonstop singing about like how wonderful life is without colonialism. And that's basically what it's like for me when I walk into the store. Is that you're basically like, you walk through the front door and then all you hear is like fluorescent light bulbs and, you know, this faded out, you know, loudspeaker talk that's happening, and like the, you know, the country song that is absolutely beaten to death and is playing through every grocery store known to man at the same time. And you just walk to your milk section and then you pick up your milk and then you know, I don't know what else it is that humans eat, but like you're basically, you're A to B. But when I walk in there, it's like magic, man. I'm the best at finding really abstract shit. But yeah, I'm basically just saying, like, just open your eyes and do like a quick 360 every like 20 to 30 seconds that you're in whatever aisle you're in. You'll see stuff like this. Oh yeah, that is not good. I walk in, buy my shit, and walk out. I thought you said I buy my shirt and I walk out, and I'm like, I guess that some grocery stores would have shirts, wouldn't they? See Cal, this is why spending more time with me is for your own good, because like I open your eyes. All right, what were you talking about last time? Camp experimentation. We cleared that, I think. One very important thing for you to take note of is how the level sync penalty works. So if you, as far as I understand it, as from what's been explained to me, is that in the beginning there was an experience penalty that was applied, where for every level over 10, you are taking effectively a 2.5% experience hit, all the way up to 50% at the worst. From what it's been explained to me, it's that once you are 10 plus levels above whatever the level sync target is, you immediately get hit with the 50%. Somebody explained to me that it was because people were still writing the experience penalty way too long, that it just wasn't in the spirit of the whole intention of eventually graduating from areas and equipment and stuff like that. Whatever the reason, just assume that you should never try to invite someone who is either at the razor's edge of being 10 levels or above the level sync target, or especially is. It's going to, like, if you're doing it as like a favor to help players, which I've done before. I was teaching somebody how to party manage when they were basically brand new and were interested in it, and I was technically a level 74 paladin that level synced down to level, I think it was like a level 11 or something, and I got hit with the 50% experience, but there's nothing stopping me from doing that. In fact, if you're feeling very frisky and you really want to play with your friend, but you also want to get like some experience along the way, you can use something like your experience points chariot band in order to apply the 100% additional experience that it's giving you, and then that negates the 50% loss. And the math works out like this: is that let's say that you would get you're fighting a mob and it would normally give you 200 experience, right? It's appropriate for the level that you're at and so on and so forth. The game halves it. It hits you with the 50% experience points penalty. Any bonus from the experience points band applies after the fact, after all other calculations are applied. So it would take that 100 XP and apply, at least in the case of the chariot band, an additional 100% experience, so that then you would get 100% experience. So it lets you cope as if you're in a normal party, if it really comes to it. Why buy your own shit when it should be for free? They didn't want people to hit 75 in the dunes. They wanted people to branch out more on XP camps. That sounds right. I get it. I think currently I'm totally fine with them being like, yeah, if you are 10 levels or above, you're just gonna get hit with the XP penalty, and that's just how it's gonna be, man. So let's go over the strategy for dealing with that. You want to avoid playing around camps that require you to be more than 9 levels synced down. You want to avoid playing around camps where people 9 levels or higher than you would need to sync down. So a good example of the type of command that you want to enter into the chat in order to have a breakdown in the window pop up of all the people that could, all the possibilities for you as far as partying goes. You could do /C all 40, like let's just say that you're level 50. You could do /C all 41 to 59 invite. That would give you the full range of possibilities of where you can go, because you can either let yourself be the sync target, which is honestly preferable, IMO, because then you control whether you leave or not. It doesn't exactly feel good when you are reliant on a level sync, a specific person for level sync, and they're like, yeah, sorry, emergency ball washing has to happen. I know I only fought like 3 mobs, but I gotta go. My balls need me. And then they just go, and then the party either has to hope that there's another level appropriate sync just floating around, or if there's not, then you just break or discuss going to another camp, and it's wasted time, and so on and so forth. There's talk on laxing that in the future. I would be fine with 15 levels. I think that anything more than 15 is probably excessive. I think that 10 is fine. I've had no issues playing around it. The population is really strong, so it's maybe there's only been one time ever where I've tried to make a party and literally just couldn't for like 30 minutes. Let's see. So let's talk about party communication. One of the most subjective things, and yet the most asked about as far as like new players go. There's the invite tell. Unlike other MMOs, most current MMOs, there is no dungeon finder. I'm watching my audio to make sure that it's not too loud. I'm gonna lower it a tick. Lower the music a tick, rather. In this game, you have to party with other people by talking to them, agreeing on what it is that you're trying to do, and by their willingness, go with God with 5 other peoples to go and kill monsters. There's no menu that you can let yourself filter through. There's no queue. There's no dungeon finder. Nothing like that. It is all person driven, which is scary, but there is kind of like a cheat code way of giving people all the information that they should need to be interested or not. And that is, you reach out to the person, you do /tell after doing your quick find for invitable people, and you say hello, level sync number, which is like the level sync that you're planning around, which could be the person that you're reaching out to first to ensure that you have your sync target in place, or it could be you. You tell them what the area is, aka what map you're on, what the exact position is, so that they know where in the map you are without needing to be invited. If, for example, they need to do something first and they're not ready to be invited yet because they need to be teleported somewhere. And any other details, like Garland Shitadel, I'm in the basement. Or the party is at XYZ in Boyota Tree, we're by the waterfall. Some kind of landmark that may help them tell at a glance where they are, so you don't have to repeatedly check their map if you're feeling particularly kind. And then you could include other need-to-know stuff, such as if there are no ninjas or paladins that want to play the video game or can play the video game, and you find a warrior, you just in your statement to them, you say you may need to tank if it matters. Or if it's like there are no thieves, which I know never happens, but just in this freak example, just let me cook, just bear with me. If there are no thieves and it's only like a samurai that's available, then you say you'd be pulling if it matters. Or if it's like 2 summoners, because there are no white mages or red mages, which is a very real thing because a lot of them are stolen a good portion of the time for burn parties. You say you'd be main healing if it matters. You tell the person what level, the map you're on, where you are on the map, a landmark if needed, and what might also be expected, just to put a pin in it. Do not, chat, do not hit them with a XP question mark and then no other information. Do not invite somebody with no communication, like just blind inviting them, like going into their name in the menu, hitting enter, and then pressing invite. Do not do that. It's at worst annoying for the person receiving it, and at best time wasting because they're gonna have to ask you, okay, where? What level am I supposed to be at? Should I bring sub ninja or not? just don't do it. And do not, I cannot stress this enough, this is the last like exclamation point, emphasis, underlined, italicized, bolded, do not here. Do not tell someone on a job that you prefer to have in your party if they're not flagged up, or if they don't have a search comment suggesting that they might be interested. It's just annoying to get a blind invite. It sometimes happens that people have their flag up accidentally. But it's rare that people don't have their flag up when they actually mean to. It is, I have never heard, maybe one person, maybe literally that one guy, maybe one guy out of like the hundreds of people out there that are playing like Bard and Paladin and Red Mage, maybe one of them likes it. One of them likes like getting basically like door-to-door salesman, or cold called for a party when they're just filling their AH with like mushroom stew or whatever for the 5 seconds that they're on. You're gonna want to do a time replacement check when the party is underway. Many, not all, but many parties typically wind down around the 3-hour mark. Sometimes parties can be short as 2 hours, sometimes they can run as long as 4 hours, but generally speaking, sanity starts to wane and people start to zone out at around the 3-hour mark. They then start thinking about getting a replacement for themselves, and this is because people don't often ask the party how long it intends to keep going. They just typically ask the party leader, I need to go soon, do you want me to find a rep for myself? Or they just say I need to go soon. So around the 2-hour mark or the 1-hour mark, if you only have a couple of hours to burn, simply ask the party, how is everyone doing on time? It doesn't need to be any more complicated than that. Just that is fine. How is everyone doing on time? Most people are going to respond. The people that don't respond typically don't have any particular time constraints in mind. And if you feel like you yourself have about an hour before you should go, make sure to tell the party I have about an hour left in me. If you're constrained, it likely means that others are too. On mentioning this, it's likely that other party members are going to agree, and the party can then naturally end when the time comes, and everyone can feel good about it, or mostly good about it. If somebody needs to leave sooner than expected, they should give you a response. If you yourself have more time than the person suggested, ask the party, how about everyone else? I want to avoid getting a replacement, unless we can give the replacement at least an hour of XP from the time that they get here. So people, on hearing that, are either going to respond by agreeing that ending sooner than normal is fine, or most are going to say they're fine for longer. When getting a replacement for the person leaving, you want to make sure that you're telling the replacement you're repping XYZ person if it matters, and we're expecting to run at least another hour from the time that you get here. Is that okay? Some people are going to say, I can do about an hour, that's fine. Other people are going to be like, I'm just going to wait until I get a normal party invite because I really want to get at least 2 to 3 hours in. This avoids bad blood and what I lovingly refer to as a replacement carousel, which is a party that is devolving into a mix of people that have been replaced at various times, that are in varying mixes of tiredness and freshness. They have varying experience. They have varying amounts of time that they can be there. It's not healthy. It's not good for a party to become that. So it should be avoided at all costs. You want to account for the puller's sanity. So if the puller has been going for a long time and no longer the normal party or mentions out loud that they're not a fan of it, reach out to a party member that could possibly swap in for them if needed, to give them a break. And that could be something as simple as saying to, like, if you have like a thief that's been pulling and they say out loud, I like thief, or I need to get thief done, I hate pulling, I hate that I'm expected to pull all the time, then you can reach out via tells probably to like the Dark Knight or whatever and say, hi, if it comes to it, are you comfortable with swapping in for the puller and or in a bit to pull and give them a break? Most people are fine with that and they're understanding. At the very least, it's going to show the puller that you care about them and make their job of neurotically grabbing monsters for hours on end a little bit more tolerable. Sometimes you're going to get the rare troll or sweat lord, someone that is very abrasive or aggressive or very neurotic. You need to be prepared to remove people like that from the party. You cannot avoid these people. As rare as they are, they will appear in any game, no matter how old or how new it is. They exist to be used as character building opportunities for yourself. All right, a person like that is a psychic damage generator that, if left long enough, will encourage people to look for replacements for themselves or force disconnect if the person is psychotic enough. If the person continues in tells or like just say chat after you remove them from the party, blacklist them and encourage the party to do the same. Do not feed the player attention. Do not reciprocate. Just calmly remove them and look for a replacement for the person if you've done the time check above, you know, where it's like, how is everyone doing on time, and check that everyone's still good for a while. My final we've been going for like an hour and 20 minutes and it has not felt like it. For the people that have been here willingly that long and got something out of it, at least hopefully got something out of it, I appreciate you. After this, we're going to try to make a party ourselves to really capitalize on this stuff. My final recommendation to you as a prospective party creator and leader is to embrace fate. Love fate. Despite best efforts, in you having a preferred party composition and your parties are well-adjusted citizens, and effective communication is happening, the party's XP may be slower than expected. Or people may randomly disconnect, sometimes repeatedly. Or people may die more than normal. You're going to have those parties that are going to blow your mind as far as possibilities go. That you're going to be swimming in experience. For the entirety. It's going to be so good that you're like, I don't need to work tomorrow. I'll just push this thing as hard as I can. There's going to also be parties where it's going to be awful. The tank is going to be dying repeatedly. They're not going to be paying full attention to all the tools that they have, or proper attention to the tools that they have in order to keep themselves or those around them alive. The healer is going to be watching like Netflix. They're going to be like binge watching The Boys on Amazon Prime, and maybe, you know, reacting fast enough to sometimes keep people alive. You're gonna be in those positions. And it's all about trying to make it always a little bit better the next time. But that's it. That's what I got. Thank you for listening to the spiel. We're gonna go back to Juno now. I would like to get up. Again, I want to apologize for possible clicky keys happening. I'm gonna try to figure out how to deal with that. So I got a boom arm, which I explained in the very beginning, before people really had a chance to get in. I have a boom arm, which is great because it frees the space immediately in front of me, instead of having like a microphone like occupying the place between my arms and my mouth. But it's also for reasons that I cannot imagine, because the microphone is pointing the right way and it's set up to the right setting to only, in theory, only receive sounds from directly in front of it, aka my mouth. It is nevertheless picking up my clacky keys sometimes, and so I have to figure out some way to stop that from happening. The only thing I could think of is that having it positioned directly in front of me, it was like the noise that was happening behind it was so far behind it that I wasn't even registering, along with the other minute adjustments that I was making for like audio quality of life. That just wasn't getting picked up. But now it is. Now it is, and that's cursed. It's cursed, chat. It doesn't feel good. It's confusing me. So I'm sure a not small amount of time, either after the stream ends or what have you. I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna do it to it. All right. I do not like how the austere gear looks. That may be a wildly unpopular opinion, and I apologize for that if you're like a huge austere robes fan. But I want my drip back. Hey, Hisui, how you doing? I don't know if you streamed today, but if you did stream today, I hope it went well, or as well as could have been hoped. I feel like you did. I don't know. Time is a flat circle. Just woke up from a nap, so probably not. Very good. Did you dream about me? I didn't. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be about me. I mean, it could be about anything, but you could also tell me. You can also tell me if it was about me. You don't have to if you don't want to. If that would be weird for you, if that would make you feel weird, if this whole conversation is weird, I'm joking. Actually, I'm joking. It's just a little funny. It's just a little lol for me. I streamed late last night into the morning. Good, fun. Horizon XP camps. All right, let's take a gander, chat. Let's take a big old gander. Can you see that? Yes, you can. So I was partying in Garledge Citadel. We were dealing with chamber beetles, and it seems like 48 was a good sweet spot for killing beetles relatively quickly. Maybe even 49 would be good. 49 would probably be good. We actually, in retrospect, the beetles were way higher than they honestly should have been, like 11 or 12 levels higher. In fairness, it does say 45 to 51, but I think that's because it's relying almost too heavily on the funnel bats. It was creating this weird hybridized situation where we were killing the bats quickly, but they were giving garbage experience, but we weren't able to kill the beetles fast enough to really make good proper use of the camp. So I would say like 49 would probably be the sweet spot instead of 47, which is what I originally believed. So let's take a glance. Let's use that information. We are 52, so we cannot be the sync target for that area. So we will see all, what is it? 40, let's do 47 just to be safe. 47 to 50, invite. And we'll see what's out there. We have red mages, which is always good. We have a warrior who could possibly be interested. But we need a sync target. We need a sync target. We need a paladin. Or not a paladin, sorry, that's a Freudian slip. A tank or a person willing to tank to play the video game. 47 to the highest that I would be comfortable asking somebody to sync down to, which would be 56. Okay, because if we have somebody that is 47, we don't want somebody to be sinking down to them that is more than 10 levels, which is what we described before. Invite. But if I did dream about you, I'd probably softly rub your head in that dream. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Golly gee Whittakers. There is a paladin here. 45 plus. Okay, I can do that. So let's try to get a sync target first, which is 49. Let's reach out to this Mizia. Hello, level sync. 48 party. Do you need it? Garlet. No, we need to do order of operations. Search. Garlage. Let's see who is down there. 47. It looks like, just based off of the number of people that are in the list, that there's possibly one party down there. So I'm gonna follow my own rules, and I'm going to physically check the area to make sure at least one spot is open. If other people that I was just looking at, like that paladin, get taken in the meantime, that's fine with me. I prefer a situation where I am needing to come up with some kind of alternative tank more than I would assembling everyone, going to a place, and then being like, oh well, it's taken, so where do you guys want to go? It's so much more time wasting in my experience. So much more time wasting. A party leader who doesn't camp on top of people, how nice. I try to be the difference that I want to see in the world, man. Like I said, and also hello, first time chatter, welcome. Flip Floth. I don't know if I said that right. I don't know if I fucked your name badly. I guess you can let me know. I do try. It is. I also need to get Signet. Mad cause bad. I need to go upstairs and get Signet. I've been camped on top of before, and it is the most self-defeating thing that you could possibly do. It pisses off both parties because both parties are getting a half-par experience. And not just figuratively. I mean, like, in terms of like playing the video game and enjoying it, but literally like half the experience. Because both, like, you're fighting over this extremely small pool. It's why I avoided at like peak Horizon 11 time, that I would say probably the first couple of months after the server launched, and there was what, like 4,000, 5,000 people on the server, and 400 or 500 people in Valkyrie. I just didn't party in Valkyrie. I did literally everything that I could to avoid partying in Valkyrie, and the times where I did party in Valkyrie,
tortured and
it was because
this man is more dangerous than he
like,
seems.
Brass tacks, man. Sometimes the game doesn't really give you a choice. Clyfoth. I'll have to remember that for the future, because it's not the only time that I've seen that name. I've seen Clyfoth counter in not Labyrinth of Ruina. What is the other one? The other one I'm thinking of? Thank you, Mission Fail, for following. I greatly appreciate it. It's whatever the prequel was, or spiritual prequel. I'm not really brushing up on the lore that much. To Library of Ruina, whatever the first game was. I'm sure it'll come to me eventually, although it's bugging me now. Labyrinth of Ruina. Is that not the name of it? Library of Ruina, I think is what I'm thinking of. Ruina. What was the name of the game? Lobotomy Corporation. That was it. I even need to see it. It came back to me like in a dream. There's a Clyfloth counter in that too. Boo Boo parties are still better anyway. Yeah, I'm only limited in potential sources. I took it from DMCA 5, but it also entails the Abyss and Yu-Gi-Oh! Apparently. Nice. And I do know that Boo Boo parties are something of wonder. Yet I am a filthy Bastoken and set in my ways, and so if I can party in Valkyrim Dunes, much to my own expense, knowingly, I will probably gut reaction try to party in Valkyrim Dunes regardless. Mandragora for sure, top tier enemy, hits twice but not very hard. The most annoying things that it does is like regenerate a little bit and maybe sleeps people occasionally, which is just a cure to resolve away. It's not like dealing with damselflies where you're getting ass blasted with water spheres every 2 seconds after it hits 25%. Are you riding Big Bird? I am not. I've not domesticated Big Bird yet. That's still a project that I'm working on effusively in the back end, but no, not in this particular video game. I can't hear your response. I'm at a bar. Can you get me something, please? I mean, I have the one Angry Orchard that we've had in our fridge because nobody wants to be the last guy to eat the cookie in the jar, right? I'm being the guy. I'm taking the hit. I'm having the last Angry Orchard. I know that it's literally like 20 minutes to go to the neighborhood beer dispensary and pick up more sugary drinks because my alcohol tolerance is so low. But it's just like, it's like uggers, dude. I'd have to put pants on, and then I'd have to like get in the car, and then I'd have to drive to the establishment, and then I would have to communicate using my words, and it's just like it's a whole thing. And then they ask you, dude, they hit you with the do you want the receipt? And then you have to think about it. It's hell. Basically, it's just hell. Where are my translators at? And then you say accidentally, you're like, no, I don't want a receipt, even though there's no harm in taking a receipt, because then it avoids the 1 in 100 situation where they overcharged you for something, like maybe like $2, or they added like an extra orange or something, and then you're like, I only got 6 oranges, but then you have to discuss that it's fine that you don't have the receipt. Just make sure you bring in the receipt next time. And then it's like 30 or 40 minutes of investment, and then the whole time you're thinking like, I could be scouting a camp in Garland Citadel right now. This is a whole 20 minutes I could be avoiding this. Yeah, the moral of the story is just don't go outside. Just run the cost-benefit analysis and just let your instincts fill in the blanks. Yeah, with the receipt, and you have to think about it. Like, sometimes you say yes just because you feel like receiving the receipt is a kindness to them, even though that makes no sense at all. Okay, so it's a good thing that we checked. There is one party here. This camp can support, this general area can support 2 parties. There's tons and tons of crap in here, in all directions. So assuming that there's not going to be a party in this upcoming tunnel, we should be safe. So we're doing what I described, which is going to the area, soft claiming it, even though claiming is way too strong of a word. There's literally nothing stopping a brigade of homies from riding up and being like, hey, are you using the camp right now? And you have to respond with no. Or you could just say yes, and then they're like, okay, well, you're not set up, we are, so can we take it? Just don't be that guy. Just don't be the guy. If it's avoidable to be that guy, just don't be that guy. But this is open. There are monsters that are on the other side, on both ends. Giggity. And there's funnel bats and chamber beetles and all that stuff. So we're going to redo the search that we were doing before. Thank you for translating Hisui so she can't hear. Hello, level sync 48 party. Do you need it? Position Garland Citadel basement. It's always good to establish a main healer and a tank if you see one, and then you can fill in the blanks as they say yes or no, or don't respond at all because they're AFK washing their balls. Garland Citadel basement. So we invited a red mage as our main healer because we can function as a sub healer, as a summoner. So the sub healer / support role is already filled. They also have a red mage also has a benefit, even though we can apply refresh as an AoE, they also have the benefit of just doing the normal version of the refresh, which means that it frees us up to more quickly apply more damage dealing oriented blood pact effects on the team instead. But both of these guys are AFK. Like, if they were at their keyboard, they would have heard the tell, allegedly. Instead, they're probably working on their knitting. Let me check what chat. Alfaxum 1. I would assume your balls are always watched with references to that. I feel like it's a private joke that I'm perfectly comfortable cementing into the community forever. Because it's the funniest thing that I can think of, and because it's funny to, like, just the idea that that is the reason why they're going AFK or randomly leaving the party. We discussed facts and coffee earlier. It was very in-depth. It was true, yeah. Neither of them responded. So let's try to wrangle this thief instead. Not thief, sorry. This ninja. Garlic Citadel basement. And then if the paladin responds, like, sorry, I was washing my balls, then I'll tell them we already got a tank, but thank you for responding. There's no other paladin I missed, is there? If this ninja does not respond, then we may have to ask something like a warrior or samurai. Or if I'm feeling very frisky, a monk. Although that is very not preferred. But it's fine. If literally, if people can have opinions. It's fine. It's okay. They can come in and they can be like, why do we have a monk tanking? It's because, and my response to them, just like it has been in the past, is that as of right now, I am not capable of summoning into existence sentient people with their own gaming rigs that have the specific job or level combination that I would prefer. The last time that somebody was like, why do we have 2 healers? That's what I said to them, and they said literally nothing about it afterward. Because you hit them with the facts, right? You just carpet bomb them with facts in one tidy little sentence. Okay, neither the ninja or the paladin or the red mage is cognizant. Would you rather have no XP or some XP? So true. A truer thing has never been said on the internet. Where's the lie, man? There's no lie there. People either do or do not want to play the video game. And I have discussed this many times on this here Twitch chat, that it is psychotic to me when people are like, I will only participate in XP parties if there is a bard or a red mage there. It is insane. And in a game that lives and dies by the community, and is a pure PvE video game, it is insanity. It is psychosis. See all. It's like walking into like a jeans store and be like, do you have anything that is not jeans? I will only wear pants if they're jeans. I don't know if that's like a clean example or even makes it sounds good. It sounds good to me. Just pretend like it sounds good. I mean, it's a good thing that we came down here and checked, because it wouldn't have even mattered. The people would have been probably no less AFK. I mean, I really, like, I still have the belief that they could have come back to their keyboards in time. If it does run another like 20-30 seconds, we'll boot up something like Thousand Arms. At least you have some kind of dopamine source coming in to replace the endorphins that you're rapidly bleeding while I'm staring at a list at the top left of my screen. The odds of 3 people washing their balls is bad luck. Yeah, dude, it's crazy. This is, I mean, they're synced to each other, man. I get that. Refreshing the list. We're gaming. Maybe this warrior would like to play. Level sync. If we can get a ranger, getting a warrior would not, sorry, a thief, it wouldn't be so bad. 48. I should really check to make sure that there's nothing else that I'm missing. I think I partied with this person last night. 48 party. Do you need it? Position. Garland Citadel. Basement. If it happens that I can't fix my mechanical keyboard getting picked, or yes, that is what I intended to say. My mechanical keyboard getting picked up on my microphone because of the boom arm, like the only acceptable alternative is having the microphone be put back in front of me and between my arms, which is fine, a little annoying, but fine. Instead, what I'm gonna do is I'm probably gonna replace the keyboard with something that is not so loud. I enjoy clicky keys, but I've always had an issue with this keyboard in particular that I've just become accustomed to, where it requires more force than you think that it should to press down the keys. Some people like that, and they also like the click. I enjoy the click, but not if it's getting picked up. Okay, forget there's a drop to get there, right? Yep, you can drop down anywhere and run over to where I am. In the tunnel, southeast. Okay, so apparently I have not played with this individual before. We have a red mage now, which can function as our main healer. So now we're going to try to find anyone that's willing to tank, because the two tanks are AFK. Yes! Ooh. We love that. Hello, level sync, 48 party. Do you need it? Position, Garland Citadel, basement. You may need to tank if means anything. All other tanks are AFK. All good. Maybe a minute. Lots of people looking, many AFK. Just updating your team, apprising them of any differentials and expectations, letting them know that it's okay to play a little bit more Honkai Star Rail before we get underway. You know how it goes. Seeking AFK is crazy to me. Yes, it is. Some people have the luxury, and they may consciously or subconsciously be taking advantage of that. You know? They could think, well, I'm a bard or I'm a paladin, so it's not like I'm going to get any shortage of tells. I'm just going to go make my chicken tendies, and I'm going to presume that I'll have something to respond to. They're going to wait for me. They need me. And that's not saying or suggesting even remotely that all people are thinking like that, but it do be facts. It do be facts. These people that I'm reaching out to that are in critical roles, at least of this level, as of this writing, are flagged, and that is supposed to be an indicator that they're good to go. I am ready. Invite me. Let's kill wildlife. Just do me up, fam. I had chicken tendies for lunch today. I thought you said you couldn't hear me. I try not to be a princess bard on bard. It's hard. It's hard to avoid it because you know that you're hot shit. It's hard to not. It's not like you can. It sounds like a death sentence to BH. Bats evasion down, attack down, double hits, jet stream. It do be like that unless you're ninning, and even then. You can let me know if you want to try it. No harm if not interested. I don't blame this guy. He's not saying no, but he's also like, I'm going to get evasion down. I'm going to get attack down. I'm going to get slapped twice, jet stream. The targets are going to be half and half bats and beetles. And then that's all I'm going to say to him. I'm not gonna overreach. I'm not gonna promise him the world. I'm just gonna say, you're right. It might be a little fucked up, but no other tanks are looking. Or sorry, that's not true. They are looking. They're just not here. They're just not here. I was waiting for you to call me out on that. I decided to be awkward and hold my phone to my ear so I can listen and not be alone. Yeah, but you could, you know, I'm sure that you can talk to. Like, are you truly alone? I thought that you're with your coworker buddies or whatever. Isn't that because they keep trying to like pull you out to bars and whatnot? Can't you talk to them about like the economy or something? Humans love talking about shit like that. They love talking about the economy. They love talking about sports. They love talking about their sex lives and what else? Like their teams. They like talking about their teams and how their team is good and the other team is bad. And when their team does well, it's great, but like it's super bad if their team doesn't. But they're not to be blamed. You know, it's not on them for the team to be bad. It's the other team that's probably on like, I'm truly alone. My team doesn't show up until Wednesday. My boss lives here, so I'm the only one at the hotel right now. Just I don't know. When I'm alone, I think about the duality of man. You could try that. Although I feel like that's gonna start causing you psychic damage, so maybe you shouldn't. Not try. I've done main a lot. Some things work. Double tech mobs are too much. Very true, fam. Alls. Missia. I don't know. Are we? The red mage, not the one that you need, is looking anymore. Sorry, we just filled. Frowny face. Sometimes you get by with haste, but overall Itchy is too messed up here. I'm a summoner, so I've got haste. I don't know what he's like. I don't know what he's trying to do here. Like he's probably just being friendly, but I feel like he's waiting for me to say something to convince him to join the party. Like we're not gonna be fighting bats. If you're desperate, I'll try, but it can get messy. I'll invite you, then look for a tank and see if any have appeared that are not AFK. Okay. We have somebody that is willing to get hit in the face repeatedly ad nauseum. So we have our main healer. We have our healer. I am a sub healer that can also do fun things like Rolling Thunder to give everybody in Thunder, or Hestega if we're starting at 48, which is my plan, or Spring Water to give the red. Well, actually, I wouldn't need a Spring Water because they have Refresh. Hello. Thought you was full up. Gonna make some food. Nope, just making sure I had the essential rolls before looking more. I don't know why he thought that we would be full up because I invited him. Just cope. I guess it's just copium. Let's do a random invite to the two tanks again. Garland Citadel, level sync 48 party. Do you need it? Position basement. I'm going to reach. I typically don't do this, right? I typically wait to see if the people are back at their key, if people are there to begin with before inviting them, because it doesn't feel good to get an invite and then have somebody reach back out to you and be like, I know I literally just invited you, but we're full up. In this case, F these people. That's that's possibly too strong. It's too strong. I don't actually mean that. But I'm gonna send re-invites to both of them and see if they're AFK. I saw it the first time. I'm good. Then please say something so you don't waste time, or put it in your search comment what you're not interested in. Okay, that person was a complete asshole. I need to blacklist them so I can be sure. Add Kengo. One of the paladins was not interested, but simply didn't respond to my tell. Very classy. Like I said, you're gonna see them all over the place. I'm just glad to have an example of what type of person to avoid. Always keep a list. If you're feeling particularly enterprising, keep a list of people that just should not be interfaced with. That way you have some kind of approximate idea of who exactly you need to avoid and when and why. All right. So one of the tanks is an asshole, and the other one is still making chicken tendies. The tendies are not of the appropriate temperature yet. Hi Tiarna, bye Tiarna. Exclamation point Do22, my friend. You think of the what? The do-what man? The Blue Man Group. I love the Blue Man Group. This is why I don't build or like to lead parties. Too much social anxiety. Eventually you get used to it. The humans are capable of adapting to almost anything if given enough time and introspection. It's just a matter of wading through the chaff, basically. I would say after party 30 is when you start getting used to people's idiosyncrasies. Most people are well adjusted. The overwhelming majority of people on the server are great. And then you have Kengo. You see, in his search comment, is that all he said was 40. Well, you can't see because it's blocked, but in his search comment, all that paladin I'm referring to has is 45 plus. He doesn't say not Garland Citadel, not interested. He doesn't say anything about that. He didn't even ask me what my party composition was, which is what I was expecting. Still looking. We'll cram a bunch of people in next 1 minute. See all 47 to 56 invite. We have a red mage, we have a warrior, so let's get a thief in here. Level sync 48 party. Do you need it? Position Garland Citadel. Basement. Let's try to get something a little bit different in here. Let's try to get a ranger in here. It's been a while since I played with a ranger. 48 party. Do you need it? Position Garland Citadel basement. So we have 2 possible people incoming. So I'm only going to invite 1 more person, and I'm going to see who doesn't respond. Always have to account for AFKers. It's an unfortunate fact of life. Having a black mage would be good. I'm going to invite a Galka black mage because I know that some people were a little spicy about my earlier and past comments. I feel like this is just going to reinforce that that sentiment that I somehow don't like Galkas. It's not true. I do. You know, the other 2 people are AFK. There's not a single soul alive that is present at their keyboard. Yes, we got... Yes, dude. We got a response.
Bingo!
See all as a Garth. That's what I'm talking about. So far, we're at like a 20% success rate, which is like a solid F minus for people coming out. And then we still haven't had a response from the thief or anyone. 53 thief, 21 ninja. Hello, level sync. I don't know if he's saying that he wants that to be a sync target. Do you need it? Position Garland Citadel. Basement. Somebody has to respond. Anybody. Is anybody picking up this radio message? He squeaks into the mic. Okay, we have another one. We have a +1. F minus is better than nothing at all. That's right. C's get degrees, baby. Up top. Go ahead and invite again. Don't mind if I do. All right. So we have somebody that is willing to tank. Just by process of elimination. We have a red mage and we have a sub-healer. We need a puller. Oh, no, we have a puller now. We have a puller, so we just need damage dealers. That's it. All that's needed. let's reach out to this possibly wonderful Garlic Mithra here. This Mithra Samurai. Samurai are great for plotting skill chains around because Tachi NP works with every single motherfucking weapon skill on the planet to produce beautiful skill chains. I've been trying to keep a relevant search comment up lately since so people seem to keep them at all. Sorry, butchered that sentence, but I agree with you. It takes maybe like 10 seconds to put up information that you feel is important. And it saves you possibly a whole lot of time waiting through a bunch of parties that aren't applicable to you. Okay, so we have a samurai now, which is good. See all 48 to 57 inv. I've already invited that Omega AFK thief twice, so I can either presume that they are also an asshole and are ignoring me for reasons that I cannot even begin to fathom, or they're just AFK, like the tendies are not tendy enough. I mean, we're kind of back to our wall, man. Back to, yeah, we're gonna have to start cracking some omelets to make an egg. We're gonna have to make some orange juice with the lemons we got. I didn't realize that I was a sink, but I'm practically 49. If anything, that is totally fine. That is actually good. See all 40. So now it would behoove us to have a third sub healer because, by sub healer I mean literally anybody willing to. Sorry, ads are happening like literally in 5 seconds. They're going to be about 2 minutes on average. You're not missing anything. I'm still trying to fill this 6th spot. So I'll see you in 2 minutes, or you can avoid ads in their entirety with subbing. It's free with Amazon Prime, and it supports me greatly. Otherwise, dude, I don't know, dude. I guess I could be kind of like a pseudo damage dealer if I just keep out the summons long enough. My first 50, so we'll be locked here. Okay, that part is good to know, but should only be a problem if we're doing too well. That is information that he probably could have revealed to me before, but it is what it is for sure. World. Hello, level sync, 48, party, do need it. Position, Garlic Citadel, basement. Oh. Really pulled my teeth to try to get a... Okay. See all Azar. Alright, we have... See all Azza. Alright, we have a full party now. And it only took me inviting about 50 people in order to get 5. Amazing. Ultra combo! A lot of people don't use search comments. Maybe add that to a Stoic TED Talk. I did briefly go over search comments in this like tutorial thing that I did for the first like hour and 10 minutes, but it was only like a little blurb. Sorry, someone brought a +1 without me knowing. Please forgive me. We filled. Hello. All right. 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 While the ads are running, I'm going to use the little robots room. I will be right back. Literally do not go anywhere. I will find out. Okay. All right, I am back. Let us start plotting around skill chains. Like we covered before in our TED Talk, like an hour ago, we're gonna want to try to set up a skill chain, if at all possible, so that the Black Mage can capitalize on it and do big damage. That is the secret sauce. So what do we have? We have a Thief, so we're gonna want to end something that we're gonna try to get in play on Viper Bite, probably, because that's the strongest thing that they have up until Dancing Edge. So let's plot around that. Let's see, skill chain calculator. I'm gonna put in chat a breakdown of all the add-ons that I'm using, including what add-ons that I've turned on in the launcher. All these are street legal, and I recommend all of them highly for their own reasons. In addition, there is a skill chain calculator website that I use that I'm plugging into chat right now. Without this, I would basically be defenseless as far as plotting skill chains go. Chains tells me what skill chains are possible, but only in reference to me and what I'm capable of. So I use a mix of the two in order to get things done. 48. I'll show you what I'm doing. Okay, 48. I'm a summoner. We have a Thief in the party. I'm going to tell it to look for Viper Bite. I'm going to tell it to exclude all these special weapon skills that people aren't going to have because it's not retail. I'm going to plot around the fact that we have a samurai who is presumably using a great katana. And we're going to tell the calculator, I want you to end skill chains with whatever it is that the Thief is capable of. So player 2 is Thief. I'm going to tell it to say skill chains have to be closed by the Thief. And this gives us our breakdown. So Tachi NP, which is probably the strongest thing. I'm not really like a samurai stan. That the samurai has is going to be Tachi NP, Viper Bite. And that is great because beetles happen to be weak, or at least more aptly put, less resistant to ice element. So this is great. Skill chain if people are up to it. Tachi NP. Unless Tachi Goten is stronger. Viper Bite equals Ice Magic Burst. I'll also be able to use, if it lines up right, I'll be able to use my summons to magic burst on top of it. I won't have summoning and using magic is weird in the sense that summons get access to the second tier of offensive magic much earlier than normal, but they don't get any third tier. They do get the fourth tier of whatever their corresponding elemental magic is, but only like in the 60s, I think. So like there's this huge gulf between the two as far as like magic bursting goes, but it still does like 240 damage, dude. It's nothing to sneeze at. That's still like 10 to 15 basic attacks at this level, man. It fucks. Looks real good. All right, we have our plan. I doubt that they're gonna have an issue with it because it's literally free damage. If the samurai loops around the Thief and TP, that's just how it goes. That's fine. As long as the Thief is doing stuff occasionally, then both I and the Black Mage, or at least the Black Mage, are going to be able to take advantage of it. Let me look up something while we're gathering together. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, here we go. I'm waiting for the ad to be over. It's gonna be worth it, chat, I swear. Be ready to like and subscribe. And follow me on the TikToks and Instagram. Music off. People are still in Juno, so I can do this.
This is the Jäger Splitten Lauden Boomer. It boomen Lauden in Splitten Jäger.
I'm just gonna drink on the display.
It tigers bugs. This is a Gebergs Jäger. It Jäger's Geberg. This is a Focker. It fox. This is a Kampfwagen. It Wagens Kamps. This is a Fleischwagen. It was Fleisch. This is a Flugabwehrrakete. It barricades.
Can you send that link here? Absolutely, my friend. More views than you need.
This is a Fallschirm Jäger.
Dude, I cannot tell you how many times I listened to that Fokker part. I suck. How was your interview? It went totally fine. It was good. People got a lot of positive out of it. A lot of benefit, or at least, you know, some measure of dopamine. So I'm happy I was doing it. What are you watching, Sonic? I posted it in chat. It's a thing that I posted in our Discord.
Big guns, grenade machines. This is an Apfelblutenstecher.
Very natural back and forth discussion.
This is a Strassenbahn.
There was no untoward moments happening during the interview. Like nobody found out that I was basically half naked the whole time. They just didn't know it.
This is a U-Bahn. It bans you. This is a Fiat. We have no idea what the fuck to do. This is a Volkswagen. It Wagens Volks. This is a Granatenwerfer.
Why aren't my sources showing?
This is a Bohemian Earsporn. It spoons Bohemian
web browser.
Ears. This is a
Did I just like delete it or just get rid of it?
Fichtensampen. This is benzene canister.
Nope, that's not it.
Canister's benzene. This is a Dreamcast. It casts dreams. This is an 8.8 centimeter Flugabwehrkanonen. Diese Kanonen dit Abwehrsufen Flugs. In 8.8
if this guy has other stuff like this is a bad rabbit hole for me, man. That's it. I hope you enjoyed that. Let's see what else do I have. Oh, this is a good one. You guys like this one.
You tried these new
You
berries
love
and cream
this one.
Starburst?
Look at your
Oh,
face. You love it.
What kind of
Theater
Starburst
mode
did you
me.
just say? Berries. Berries? Berries and what else? And cream. Oh!
Sonic, Egon, Tadro, Bearman, and I are planning on making a modded Barotrauma run. It will run both Barotraumatic and Neurotrauma. Was wondering if you'd be interested in streaming it. I don't know. Because if it's an addition... Alright, pause the funny. If it's an addition to the Thursdays and Saturdays, I don't think I'll be able to, man. I'm already pushing it with my beautiful wife only having like real access to me. Oh, after this one? Sure, yeah. If we, like I said, it's always been the case for me and for us, that when we win one vanilla run of Barotrauma, I'm cool with opening the floodgates, as it were. Music back on. Brasso toggle. I think most of them are here. Xylo's going to be here in a moment. We will need to find a role that you're good at for this. I'll think it over. What the fuck do you mean, man? I'm the antibiotic glue that's holding together this fucking... You'd be nothing without me. You need me. Goblin mode activated. You need me.
You've always needed me. Don't lie to yourself.
I feel like my thing is a little busted on that. What do I have as my cutoff? Where's my option to look at the thing I'm trying to think of? Voice mod? The doctor is out? At least I didn't literally kill someone in a non-combat situation by giving them CPR. I'm better than that. I've saved lives. I've never seen you shoot the cannons. Can you aim? I've literally, that's all I was doing on Thursday. Where are you when we play the game? You're very clearly never near me. You're always at the fabricator. That probably explains it. I'm only at the fabricator when I need to print revolver rounds. Managing inventories and refilling shit. Yeah, we never interface. I see you when I'm at the fabricator, and then I go be somewhere that is not the fabricator. It's surprisingly time consuming. I would frickin' imagine, because you're constantly taking stock of all the bits and bobs that are present or unaccounted for, and either making them accounted for or thinking about how to secure them. Did everything I could to try to get a typical tank in the party. I think it'll be fine, but you can let me know. How do I get to camp? You can drop down any of the holes in front of you as you go down the stairs. Make sure you're sneaked, invised, and run southeast. Thanks for understanding. Party leading can be a thing sometimes. And then I'm going to remind people of the possible skill chain that is absolutely worth pursuing. It's omega worth doing a skill chain here because we have a thief. So we have a guaranteed source of high damage, high burst damage that the Black Mage can then take advantage of via doing the spells and whatnot. Baldy, baldy, baldy. Oh, you're bald in game, Lamau. Stop it! Stop picking on me. Mods, ban this person. Ban their multiple accounts so they know that they have, because trolls always do. Stop bullying me.
Oh my god!
I'm the main hero. I'm the protagonist. No bullying. Are we all here? It looks like it. Let's sync to Zarek-sama. And then I'm going to eat one of my 8,000 mushroom stews that I guard jealously as part of the cooking mafia. And let's equip I know it looks like I'm naked. It's because I do not have the austere gear yet. I'll probably be able to wear it full time after this. Beetles as priority, bats to fill, and blanks would be good. Let us consume a charge of whatever. I thought I equipped the chariot band, evidently not. I have 700 MP, man. I don't know how you can look me in the face and make peace with your god and say out loud that I'm not a main healer with all this MP and auto refresh on top of it, dude. Listen to your goddamn self. Chatter. I'm just teasing. No, you're not. There's a grain of truth in there. Deep down, you're an asshole. I've always known it. Frickin' hot-voiced having son of a bitch. Oh shit, we're gone. Let's get Groot out. Groot is safe. We're gonna start hashtagging. How'd you know? Because I watch your streams. I've heard you say things out loud. It's not a huge jump for me to studiously assess all aspects of your personality and perhaps organize it in one of those like online whiteboard functions just so I can have like analytical knowledge of how you operate as a human being. You know, normal things that people do. I have a statistical probability that you're a butthole. We need to get some. I think it was good that I got Groot out. That's where my first instinct was, but I really should have had Leviathan applied, L-Dogs as it were. It's okay if you're bald, man. You're the one we go to rub your head for good luck. So true. Heck, you could even charge us to rub your head for good luck. Rob your head. I looked at the word and then I got input on a totally different word. The red mage having a shield is throwing me off. I thought that they were a paladin and I got briefly excited and then I realized that the only paladins that are out there either. No, I'm not gonna finish that train of thought. Even if I was joking, it's not conducive to user end experience. Make the red mage refresh. Yeah, I'm so used to refreshing or having refresh in general as an option available to me that it didn't really click for me. I should do that. Are you comfortable refreshing Zera so I can apply more offensive buffy stuff? I'm just gonna keep healing. The only HP that matters is the last one. Gonna keep healing. Gonna keep healing. The samurai and the thief seem to have pretty good TP parity. Like the samurai isn't wildly outclipping the warrior in speed. Sorry, the thief in speed. I think the red mage cast a refresh on me. All good. He did in fact refresh the warrior, which is not preferred. Because the warrior does not have any... Congratulations. Does not have any MP to speak of, but we all make mistakes. And we're still going to be in the honeymoon period. Something that I did not include in my explanation in the beginning is that there is going to be a honeymoon period. There is going to be... there's going to be growing pains. People are going to need some time in order to become fully cognizant of what their job is in relation to what everybody else is doing and what they need to do to most efficiently kill the local fauna and flora. All right, we're gonna Garuda here. And then I'm just going to alternate between Garuda and Rolling Thunder. And that'll be my contribution to the group. We don't have many like point of contact damage dealers, but we do have 2 dual wielders, so Rolling Thunder should do well. Oh, the war got a main tank. Yeah, I don't think you were here for this, but the only 2 true tanks in existence, a ninja and a paladin. One was like spent like 10 minutes making chicken tendies and never responded to me. So for all I know, they could still be AFK some 20 minutes later. And the other one saw my reaching out to them, had no search comment saying anything to the effect of, I will only play the video game if I have a red mage or a bard in the party, which he would have gotten. Right? Like he would have gotten that. Instead, he just deliberately didn't say anything to me. Of his own admission, he said, I saw the first time, no thanks. No other information. And then I told him, okay, update your search comments so that you don't waste people's time. It's just like, if you're playing this video game, you've been on this earth long enough to know how not to be. Okay, and that is like a perfect classroom example of all the not be that you should be. all the not that kind of person that you can aspire to. All right, we're gonna start gaming. We're gonna keep Shiva out, and then we're gonna magic burst with her, which should be soon. All right, go ahead and do it. Do the thing. Very good. Do it. Do it. Do it. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. That's a good 10%. That's a good 10% damage. I'm printing. I don't know what that means. What are you printing? Like, the party is gradually moving towards the cave entrance, and that's disconcerting me a little bit. Money? You mean you're crafting, right? Buy rands. It's like that one meme where it's like Princess Amidala and Anakin pre-Vader in a field, and they're like, hey, I'm doing topic X. And then Princess Amidala says, you mean like this thing, right? You've seen the meme. I know it's insanely funny the way I just described it, but that's how the meme goes. Look it up for yourself if you want to chortle a little bit, like giggle and clap your hands in your seat. Hi Euripides, bye Euripides. Grew to me. I mean, we're kind of smoking them. It's gonna take a while for the dust to settle, but we don't seem to be doing bad. I give up on backplates, I think. Not as reliable as I hoped. I don't know what that means. What are backplates? I need context. What of backplate farming? What do people buy those for? Oh, decent thing? What is it that you get out of it that's valuable? I desperately need money and fishing bores me. I mean, there's always flipping Selbina milk and Papotos. Motherfuckers out here flipping 500 gills worth of Papotos for 1,500. Because they very aptly and correctly believe that I will buy it basically all the way up to 2,000 per stack. Like, you just go there, you buy it, you fill all 21 slots, and then Bob's your uncle. What are the cooking people gonna do? Go to Bastock? Fuck that. Hell nah. I only make Hadoku when my tree cuttings produce shell bugs. I'm assuming that means that they fixed gardening, right? In error. I have not messed with gardening since it last broke, and I know that that's a mistake on my part, and that's probably all fine and dandy now. I just not have bothered to set the plants back up. Because then I would have to go out and get the seeds from the saplings that are around North Gusterberg or South Gusterberg, I guess both. And then I would have to give it to my mules and then plant them, and it's hell. It's just big old booties, man. It's just big old booties. Gardening is fixed, though my plant still messed up the last time, but it did fix it. Oh, I just buy cuttings because I'm lazy. Well, it's not that you're lazy either. You're probably doing the thing that I did that one time in band camp, where you just plant the cuttings, or the what is it? The seedlings, whatever it is. We're pre-cutting, and you just wait. You don't put any crystals in it or anything in either prompt, and then it just outputs the most cuttings that it can, and that sells pretty reliably. I just remember waking up and hopping out of my bed like it's Christmas morning and squealing to my computer to boot up my favorite video game client. And then seeing that all of my plants have produced rock salt. I was a very disappointed little robot boy that day. I coped and molded as best as I could, but there's only so much you can do. Let's go to video game BPM mode. And then I'm gonna have to watch to make sure that the audio balance is good. Were you a little salty? Oh man. Oh man, that's a fucking knee slapper, dude. That's a double knee slapper if I've ever heard one. Aura, you that bored and party? No, this is just how I am. This is how you made me like this. Is a thing. The party's going good. Nobody's dying. I mean, is it, now that the dust has settled a little bit, is it the greatest XP known to man? That's about 6,000, which is probably the average, if not very slightly below average for levels in general until you're like 60. I'm not exactly performing at my best either. Like right now, and I'm going to, but right now I should have had Rama out like 15 seconds ago to apply Rolling Thunder. And yet I'm a fool and a varlet and a charlatan. Thank you, Hardsocket, for donating to the Real Human Stream Challenge, where we finally see, as a community, what's behind the mask. What is he hiding? Is his skin synthetic? What's under the toga? Will he finally show feet? Actually, that part's already been revealed. We actually did that. We already covered that part. Next challenge, you should do a wife stream and she'd be cool with it. That would be kind of trippy, wouldn't it? That's an interesting idea. I'm not going to turn it down. I need to workshop it a little bit. In my cranial. My cranial. My new model has feet. Pixar didn't happen. We need some evidence on that. Some citation is needed. You gotta pay for feet? BS. You owe me. Don't ask me what. Don't ask me what or how. You're gonna freaking show me, or I'm gonna tell everyone about the thing. Ah. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty fucked up, and everyone's gonna know about it. And they're also gonna agree. They're also gonna agree it's fucked up. And then all eyes are gonna be on you. And then I remind myself that any press is good press, right? So if anything, it's gonna make your channel explode. And people are gonna be like, "Oh my god, I didn't know that she did the thing." Congratulations. I'm lost, Lamau. That's just how this goes. I'd be surprised if you weren't lost. Most of the people that I imagine was self-described as regulars in my chat basically know to grab what is the psychological equivalent of the oh shit bars in like off-road Jeeps and do their best to hold on until the stream is over. It typically serves them well. At least from what I can tell. Bars.
Get the fuck out of the room and play Minecraft!
Can I pick that doll?
No.
Can I pick that doll?
No, he's
Can I
sleeping.
pick that doll?
Number go up. Number go up and then go down. Final Fantasy 11, a haiku. To be expected, Beatles can pop really high here. So true. Did that not play the sound? Did that play the sound?
It's time to stop!
Did it not play disgusting? Where is it?
Disgusting!
Okay. I guess I'm just so used to... I guess it's just such a inbuilt part of my psyche that I just assume that I'm hearing it all the time. I don't trust this shit. The technology weirds me out, man. How can I press a button and it knows what sound I want to play? Riddle me that.
Let me tell you something! Let me tell you something! Let me tell you something! Let me tell you something!
As far as I can tell, the Red Mage is doing a reasonably good job of keeping me MP'd up. I don't know how many times he's getting to the Black Mage, but he's doing decently good. One game that I would like to play soon, and I've discussed it with my friend group, is Darktide. I don't know if I'd necessarily stream it, considering that I feel obligated. Well, not obligated. I feel compelled to play GTFO more than once on the stream, because people seem genuinely interested in it. And it would be nice to have like a counter game to like mix in with Barotrauma so I can continue self-identifying as a variety streamer. God damn. That's a lot of damage. So my food of the day for you, chat, is ginger snaps. Or ginger slices. If you can find... The music is too loud. You're not able to hear me. You need to be able to hear me. If you can go into your local Mennonite mini grocery store and procure their largest their largest container of unsulfured ginger slices, absolutely do so. I like the way it burns my mouth. I think it's because I like hot food. But I don't know, just something about ginger slices kind of fucks. TBH. LOL. We're big ginger slice stands here. They also have papaya in there. They had roasted peanuts, which I thought about, but ultimately didn't pick up. I mean, anything beats what I've been experiencing since my wife went away and no one was monitoring my behavior. And consumed for dinner 2 nights in a row what I can only describe as just a bowl of just a bowl of meatballs. Because I was like, the neurons of my brain that were firing at the time, and still kind of are, TBH, is I need to have hot meat in my mouth. And I had no more hot dogs, and all I had was like frozen meatballs. I did take a steak out of the freezer with the express intent to cook it at some point in the next couple days. Although I have made a pact with my upstairs neighbor that we will combo purchase a pizza, so I don't know when that steak is going to be made. If I'm feeling really frisky, I might make the steak on on my lunch. I don't know. If I'm feeling a little sussy, you know, a little yandere, little tsundere about it. I might whip up a little bit of steak. I'm a well done person, so if that loses me subscribers or followers because I'm speaking my truth, then so be it. I can't psychologically handle the even the idea that my food is raw, even though I know it's not. And I've seen countless Facebook real comment sections positively flooded with people being like there being like a pink steak on the reel, and somebody like half the comment section is like, oh my god, it needs to like what you should let it graze outside because it's so fresh, like it's I can still hear it mooing. And the other half is like, I think it's like overdone. If it's not literally like the bleeding heart straight out of the cow, I'm not interested. Aura. Hot feet in my mouth? Yeah, let's go for that. No, that's what I said. I'm correcting the record. I don't care how people want their steaks done. You're paying for it. Medium rare is so good, though. The one thing that gets heralded constantly in those chats is like the scientific fact that this stuff that comes out when you squeeze a medium rare or around a medium rare steak is the hemoglobin, and then they state that it's not blood, even if it's like pinkish or red, like it's red juice. They're like, it's not blood, it's cooked. And I want to believe them, and I do have to say that my upbringing has at least plays a little bit of a part in this impression that if not brown, it is not done cooking. Woo! We got 53. Let's go, chat.
Bing, 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 bing.
Thank you.
Lord have mercy, I'm about to bust.
A medium rare is the only correct way. Is it rarer than that, dude? My God. Doesn't it still feel pain at that point? All right, I should probably do things because I'm now full on HP. Sorry, MP. Have an add-on that I put in the top right corner. Should be shift click to drag. Or control click. One of those. At that point, just walk over to the cow and bite it if you like rare. Hi Cyber, thank you for donating to the Real Human Stream Challenge. We made pretty good progress on that. I only put that challenge up like a week ago or so. People really want to see me without the mask or the toga on. I don't blame you. I'm gonna show you things you ain't never seen before. God himself or herself will look down from heaven and feel ashamed at what he's created, ashamed and confused and a little aroused at what he's created by the time I'm done. That's just gospel. I don't know how you want to chew on shoe leather though. That's the thing, is that I basically, so steak to me is the coffee of the meat world. Okay. Steak to me is the coffee of the meat world, because with steak, I like the meat interface. Okay, I like the general taste. I does not bother me at all what the texture is. I don't want it black, understand? Like, I don't like things that are actually burnt, although I think well done fits that category pretty neatly for the people that are medium rare enjoyers. I don't like coffee when it tastes like coffee. I use it as a vehicle for peppermint mocha creamer. I use steak as a vehicle for Sweet Baby Ray's barbecue sauce. If that makes me a pariah in the Final Fantasy XI VTuber universe, that's a price I'm willing to pay. I'm just speaking the truth. You may not like it, but this is what peak barbecue sauce enjoyment looks like. I have some old boots for you if you're hungry. Yes, give it to me. I fucking love boots, dude. I'm an American. I love pulling myself up by my own bootstraps just as much as I like having the freedom of choice to consume meats at various stages of preparation. Oops, I pressed the wrong one. Wrong button. You, you didn't see that. I healed everyone for pretty much nothing. Let me check. Yeah, I spent about 120 MP to heal about 300. Best summoner. So true. It's not like I had a... Okay, have a good night. I gotta go do stuff. Enjoy your stuff. Thank you for coming by. I'm gonna plug, shout out Heart Socket. She's a wonderful individual with insanely good musical taste. You should go over to her chat and follow her. She also has a hot voice that's good at singing, so if you're into that, easiest follow of your life, or you know how it goes. I don't need to tell you. Just trust me. You trust me, right, chat? Especially after I've revealed how I like my steak. Baratron is coming along nicely. In both saves, Thursday and Saturday saves are going well. We're in like the second biome. Oh shit. Is that working? Are they slept? I don't think they're slept. I'm just gonna throw Carby on one. And then is there anything else that I can use here? No. I might be able to pull it off of me with the funnel bats or poison nails. Yeah, that did it. Okay, good. We have control back. Now is the time for me to use the fucking... Actually, no. I'll Divine Seal, or... No, I don't want to do that. What am I doing? What game am I playing? I really should have... I should have used Garuda Whispering Winds to do the Kiraga 2, because I was thinking like, oh, I'll just Divine Seal and Kiraga, which would have killed me. No amount of provoking would have pulled that off of me in that moment. My instinct was correct to use Garuda to Whispering Wind, which I can still do because we're missing weird little bits of HP. Okay, this time I meant to do it. It would have been a lot cooler if I actually did it in that moment.
Slow down, I'm gonna spurt. Ah, sorry.
Wrong one. How long have we been going? We started this party at what? 8:30? If it gets closer and people want to keep going, I can wrap myself. We're doing the thing that I described earlier in my TED Talk, which was explain that I have about an hour left or expect to have about an hour left. And we're just giving this information to the party so that they can also plot around possibly being done in an hour. We are on a time limit. I think it was the Galka Black Mage that said that, or what? No, it was the Red Mage. Red Mage says that they are on the cutting edge of getting capped on levels, and so it's about an hour is gonna probably get them to 50. Okay, I need to start healing. I don't need to rest. At least not yet. Probably need to... Nope. I mean, they have hate back, which is great for me. We love that here. One game that's been on my radar and is currently on sale for 25% off. I'm not sponsored, I'm just saying. In case you were interested and just didn't know. World of Horror, which is an RPG in the style of Junji Ito's work. That's based around you being in a small town where a whole bunch of occult shit is happening. Then you need to figure out why and how to stop it. Holy crap. Above crafting and elements, yeah, I need to get that. It's a game that I would like to stream. I just don't know when I'm going to be able to stream it. My Thursdays and Saturdays are tied down with Barotrauma. So I would need to consider sacrificing what would normally be a Final Fantasy XI day, aka Monday, Wednesday, Friday reliably, to stream it, or maybe I just do it for like 2 hours on Saturday when I have the day open. Like we do Barotrauma for like 3 hours and then follow it up with World of Horror. Also, hello, Merrick. I hope that you're doing good today. And if not good, then borderline average. And if not borderline average, then that you have the resources or will soon get the resources to make your day above average. Hopefully I can be a part of that if I haven't already. Do we want to resync to me? I don't think so. We're good at 49, I think. Nope, I don't want to pull out Rama. I want to get a Ramu. Is the jury out on how to say Ramu? I've always said it Ramu. Have I? No, I've always said it Rama. Then where am I getting Ramu from? I don't know. Maybe I got removed from the steak conversation. Get it? Cause cows moo. Cause cows moo. If I was a gamer, I would be regularly magic bursting off of the Samurai and Thief, who have done a wonderful job of reliably skill chaining this whole time. And yet, I've got like work tomorrow, and so I'm kind of thinking about that. So I guess I'm explaining that I cannot at this juncture be fucked. I should though. If for no other reason, then it'll be able to get us a net 1,000 damage sooner over the course of the party. Today is good. Thank you for the well wishes. I hope your day is as good to you as it allows. It's been fine so far. Nothing really crazy has happened. Crazy negative, I mean. The worst thing that happened is that I had to go to the store to pick up groceries, and even then, that's a gross use of the word, the worst thing, or words. Yeah, day's been fine. No, the only egregious thing that's happened that I'm gonna have to trying to figure out if I could to figure out a solution, if there is one, is how to deal with a new problem that I'm getting from my boom arm holding my microphone in front of my face. Before, I had my microphone in between my arms, which is fine because it wasn't really interfering with me in any way. And I had it parked on top of a bunch of cut up noise cancellation foam pads that muffled the vibrations that would have been channeling through my loud as fuck mechanical keyboard into the microphone. And so you guys wouldn't hear any mechanical key presses at all. And it's not like I mash either, so it wasn't really an issue to begin with. But I started noticing that the boom arm situation is causing the mechanical keyboard presses to be picked up somehow, which is an extraordinarily first world problem, and in the grand scheme of things doesn't matter. And it's just a matter of time before I figure out a solution to it of some description. But it's just like I just don't understand what's happening, because the microphone is set up to only pick up what's in front of it, and the keyboard is behind it. So the keyboard, I guess, is just so loud and clicky that it just doesn't matter. It's like it's channeling and like a curve feeding back into the microphone. Hey, Not Bluey, how you doing? Happy people said to you too, my friend. I'm gonna make sure to get the VOD of me talking for apparently an hour about party leading and camp creation onto YouTube, at least in the next couple of days, if not tomorrow. Out of all the things that I get asked for regularly, or asked about, sorry, is how do I create a party? How do I know where to go? How do I deal with people when they decide to be people? Congratulations. What should my general headspace be? So on and so forth. Good vibing. I tried to join a party today, but I got ghosted. What do you mean? You mean like you showed up and nobody was there? Or you mean like they already replaced you or something? Neither is good. Neither is better than the other. I'm just curious. I need to reapply haste, because my team has been without it for about 10 to 15 seconds, and that's gross. And I should feel gross. Is it possible it's vibrations going to the boom arm through the desk? I also thought about that. But I also became slightly neurotic, and like there's like a 15-minute window when my stream starts, right? Where it's just on a starting soon screen for 15 minutes. And the idea behind that is that the ads that I'm forced to run, the first round of those ads get run at the very, like within those 15 minutes, so that people have at least 45 minutes of actual stuff happening on screen before they're hit with another round of ads. But in those 15 minutes, I started jerry-rigging a bunch of those noise cancellation pads that I was describing before, like underneath and both the top and bottom parts of where the clamp rests. So there shouldn't be any vibrations happening at all. But it is possible that it's still picking it up regardless, which is deeply confusing me. And I assure you, I am going to get weird and I am going to find a solution to it. Your quality of life, chat, is of utmost importance to me. Okay? So I will get weird with my desk situation if it means that you don't have to hear me occasionally clicking every maybe like 2 minutes. It'd be like you going to a fancy restaurant and then bringing out the $40 appetizer platter, you know, where it's like the one leaf of cabbage with like the fancy drizzle on top. and maybe like a piece of broccoli on the side, and like a cheese wedge that they bring a whole ass knife out for. Oh, they're still attacking? That's fine. I can be a gamer. Let's get Shiva out. And then I'm gonna sleep guy. Hopefully that did something. I cannot tell. No, they're still not slept. Probably because the sleeps are dark element. Okay, we should have control back now. Let's get Garuda out here. Then we'll throw out a Curaga too. Via Whispering Winds. Oh, it's not, there's not enough time. Never mind. Never mind. I have 20 seconds to go before I can do my cool thing. That's fine. I agreed to join. They told me where to go, and then as I was on the way, they told me to hold up, and then I never got a follow-up. That sucks. That's also not typical. I know that doesn't necessarily make it feel better, and it doesn't make it better. Ads are starting soon, by the way. They're about 22 minutes on average. I will see you on the other side. You can avoid them in their entirety by subbing, which is free with Amazon Prime, and also helps me out tremendously. Otherwise, I'll see you in 2 minutes. You agreed to join and told me where to go. Yeah, no, that sucks. It's never feels good to be on the receiving end of that, and it should honestly never happen. So unless it's like a freak emergency, and even then, I honestly don't like. It's so rare that it would be like a true emergency where people are like, oh hey, by the way, I know they literally just invited you, but we need to break up. Only they know for sure.
Excuse me, bitch.
Hey, Hornshaw. I saw you recently. I hope your day is good or goodish. There are stabilizers they make for mics on boom arms. I've definitely been dealing with the same issues, so I'm trying to find solutions. Let me know what you discover. I will. I'm going to make a note of that. I don't know how to reach you if not on Twitch. Explain to Chimeric possible boom arm solutions for mic picking up stuff it shouldn't. All right, we need to apply haste. Don't mind if I do. How long have you been playing Final Fantasy XI online? That's a difficult question, and not because I'm being facetious, which I'm not. So I don't know why you even mentioned that bit out loud. Retail, I played the game badly for, I would say, probably 3 years. On retail, I used to be not only bad at the game, and what I mean, so I'll describe what bad at the game means to me. I would wear armor purely because of what it looked like and not because of any stats associated. I wore my Dark Knight artifact armor all the way up to 75 without even remotely considering the implications on my accuracy or anything like that. If you asked me what equipment swapping was, I would say, what is that? Some kind of sex thing? I didn't eat any food because I was like, why would I spend food? Why would I spend money on food if it's just gonna end up expiring anyway? And I treated it like a social sim, like Second Life, but with RPG elements and cat girls. So I played it badly for probably 3 years, 3 or 4 years, something like that. And then circa about 1 to 2 years ago, I started playing again on the Eden private server, which is still up, and it's still a great server, by the way. Also themed after the classic Final Fantasy XI 75 era. It's very strictly era. There's no era stuff plus about it. It's all the way up to Trenches of Ottergon. And it did fine. Like, it floated around like 1,000 to 1,100 players up until Horizon was released, and then completely cannibalized it. So it's still a great server, still online, just has population issues now. And I played that for about a year plus. Loved my blue mage, missing my blue mage every day of my life. It's like that one meme of the person that's like lying in bed and staring at a picture, and blue mage is my picture. Once blue mage is released on Horizon, I am going to live and breathe that shit. We're going to be running predictions like Gamba on the stream for how quickly we're going to possibly learn blue mage spells, or if we're going to learn blue mage spells at all. I'm going to make it wild, dude. I fucking love blue mage more than any other job, hands down. On this server, I've been playing regularly since February, mid-February, I think, and I started streaming in general mid-March. Oh shit, you didn't hear anything. Did you hear anything I said, Euripides? I'm gonna TLDR it for you. 5 years. 3 years badly on retail. 1 to 2 years on Eden, the other private server, and 8 months on Horizon. Just need to make sure to aim your mic's pickup settings patterns if you can, although your keyboard clicks are not overly distracting. The thing is that I have it set to the pattern where it's supposed to be only picking up things directly in front of it, which it is. My keyboard is not even below it. It's like, I would say it's like 5 inches behind it and below it. It wasn't picking up the keyboard sounds before when I had the setup that I did before, but I'm guessing it was because the keyboard was so far behind it that there was not even a remote chance that it could pick it up. But maybe there is something in the settings of the microphone utility itself that would allow me to tune it better, which is actually a good thought, and thank you for making me think of that. Check mic utility or narrowing pickup pattern. Okay. My team has been without haste for way longer than is appropriate. AKA like 70% of the of the monster's life, which is not acceptable. I aspire to be better, and it's a shame that I failed in this context. Maybe they're gonna save it. Maybe they won't. I'm not sure. We'll have to see. I'm in the hand called Discord. Same name was so where expected. I can always ask if you find everything out. Yeah. I'm gonna have to remember that you're in the Discord, and I will make it a point to reach out to you. I just gotta make sure that I that I remember to do that once I get over how excited I am that I solved the problem. Felt I'm hopping on Blue Mage so quick. There's gonna be a huge population explosion. This is my horoscope of the day. There's gonna be a population explosion where instead of the normal 2,000 player average, it's very likely that you're going to see the population hover around 3,000 is my guess. My personal guesstimation to about 3,500, maybe at the highest, and it's going to stay like that for probably 2 months and then taper off naturally as all the poop schedulers get through all the content. And then they're like, okay, I guess I'm just going to wait 3 years for Wings of the Goddess to come out on Horizon, because I think that's the one after Treasures of Ottergon. I mean, there's other stuff that in theory is going to keep them busy too, such as like the whole special super H&M system that they're talking about that the sweatiest of the sweat lords are probably going to tap into. Besieged is its own clusterfuck that would need to be dealt with pretty much all the time if it's going to be anything like the original system was. Why you like it so much? I never played it. If you mean Blue Mage, it's because it's a very strange job with an extremely high skill ceiling, which makes it very satisfying to play, but also has the unfortunate side effect that most people, once like the dust settles, are not going to be super fast to pick up a Blue Mage, because what a Blue Mage is capable of varies according to the skill set of the person and what spells they've literally equipped to themselves. So I'm probably going to be having to make a lot of my own parties, but I'm fine with that. I'm already doing that now, so it's just going to be another Tuesday for me. It's the fact that you are adaptive to almost any situation. You're not OP, but you're capable of adapting to most circumstances by adjusting your spells, because you get, if you're completely factory brand new to Blue Mage, you get a certain number of spell points, for lack of a better way of putting it, like Blue Mage points. And as you level up, you get the ability to increase the capacity for your points. Each Blue Mage spell that you learn has a certain number of points associated with it, presumably tied to how useful it is or what kind of job traits it contributes towards. Because if you equip certain spells, then you can get job traits just from the act of having those spells equipped and active. Like you could get auto refresh or attack up or accuracy up, evasion up. You can even give yourself things like resist sleep and shit like that. It's just, I'm not saying that you should equip resist sleep. I'm just saying that it's like an option. It's an option for you. You can equip auto regen. It's capable of tanking because it has Cocoon, which increases your defense by 50% for 3 minutes. And it has a cooldown of I think 2 to 2.5 minutes, so you can keep it up literally all the time pretty cheaply. And have a like even higher than Paladin even higher than Paladin defense. The only thing that Blue Mage can't do with sufficient skill is heal. I did try main healing as a Blue Mage and it was fine, but you still run into the normal problems that you would if you were using something like, I don't know. And it basically whatever normal problem, well, I mean, you would have, you're not a white mage, I guess, is just to to make it easy, is that you don't get access to Varuna and Kursna and things like that, but then again, neither do red mages, so it's just that your MP pool is a little bit limited, but you can mitigate that in the same way that a Galka would. As like a sub heal, it's great. You have Magic Fruit, which is functionally like a Cure 4. You have Wild Carrot, which is functionally a Cure 3. The same general MP usage, maybe a slightly less HP contribution, which you can also mitigate by swapping in mind equipment when you're casting. It has objectively and subjectively, but also if you think that it's not, your opinion is wrong, objectively the best looking artifact armor in the game. Just look up Blue Mage artifact armor. It's going to be Enough Said, if Enough Said was a picture. Aura. Headbutting things and keeping them perpetually stunned for relatively cheap is insane and honestly overpowered. If I think they're going to adjust anything, it's going to be Headbutt. They're either going to make it more expensive, or they're going to increase the cooldown, or they're going to do both. The most insane thing that they could do is adjust everything in the game to become more stun resistant, but that really only punishes Blue Mages and would probably be held to code, so it's probably just going to be easier to increase the cooldown or cost. It's very funny, but probably not not condoned by God for you to do things like be in the Diabolos fight in 4-3 or 4-5 and constantly headbutt stun Diabolos the entire fight. It's cute, but probably not what the developers envisioned. Oh man. Taking off later. Have a good day or good rest of your stream. It's getting late for me. See you, Euripides. I will see you next time, my friend. Next stream is going to be Wednesday, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard, playing our favorite double-decade-old MMORPG. Reading chat. Reading chat. Retail Blue was fun, but such a pain to gather, learn spells. It was, yeah. When I played it on Eden, I didn't complete all of Chains of Prometheus. So one of the very first things that I did once I hit 75 was get most of Zillard, Rise of Zillard done. I'm all the way up to Divine Might, and I still have yet to do that. One day I'll just do it. I'll just coordinate it and get it out of the way. Because I also want the inventory slots that it gives you in addition to the earring. But I also got Chains of Prometheus done because a lot of the spells that are pretty powerful for Blue Mage, but also are great for Blue Mage tanking, are in, like, revolve around those alien squid things and C. So I need to go to C in order to pick up like 5 different spells that are going to be useful to me. Like Actinic Burst, I think, is, I forget what it does, but it's something that generates a burst of enmity. There's something from the Tabnasian areas that I need to grab. I think it's from Hippogriffs. I need to fight Hippogriffs or something to get like a stare move that acts like a giant provoke. There's lots of little things. There's always stuff to consider when you're dealing with Blue Mage. Playing Blue Mage is a lot like making a deck of Magic the Gathering cards. That's the easiest way that I can put it. Your mana is basically like you slotting in a bunch of stuff that you would prefer not to, but are necessary for the deck to succeed, such as like slotting in the spells needed to make auto refresh happen. God damn, you guys are quick. 75% complete. I only posted the challenge like a week and a half ago. Greatly appreciated. Thank you for sticking around. Hello, Hero. Hello, Bailey. If your day was a cereal, I hope that it would be Honey Bunches of Pogs. What level are you? It's a little... The first part of the number is Nunyo and ends with your business. I'm kidding, bud. I'm kidding. Touches your face. I'm sorry. 53? I got to 64 or 46. 69. I got to 69 last night. That's awesome, dude. I'm so happy for you. Yes. 46 is good. You're catching up to me. And I don't know and doubt if I'm going to be partying tomorrow. The next time I'm going to party is probably on Wednesday. So we're, if anything, in the next like month, you're going to loot me. And I'll see you at 75 when that happens. All right, my brain is stopping. I've really enjoyed Summoner so far. I'm gonna enjoy it probably even more once I get past the point where I can't reliably sync under 51 again. At 51, I get access to all the elemental saves. If you're not familiar, the elemental staves in Final Fantasy XI have a hidden effect with summoned avatars. If you have a elemental staff out that matches the element of whatever your summon is, it reduces the amount of MP required to upkeep them by 2. If you have the high quality version of those staves, it reduces it by 3. However, high quality elemental staves are like 10 times more expensive And they do already be one of like the most expensive investments that you can make in the game to begin with. Granted, they've calmed down a lot. Thankfully. It used to be the case that some of them were regularly above 200,000. The most expensive ones are now around like 150,000. So it was like a cool 700,000 to pick up all the saves for me. Some of them tanked. Some of them tanked really hard. Like I think the lightning staff for me was 30,000 or something like that, 50,000. A massive departure. I did set up my Lewis Sheeta cast in a way that's street legal, that swaps my saves out automatically depending on whether I'm curing or resting, which I would need to not have a summon out to be resting to begin with, but when I have a summon out, it should just know to swap to the requisite staff. I wish I wouldn't feel compelled to use it. I've tried all the way up to current day to use the completely in-game macro functions for everything, but it would be a very finicky process for me to set up. I would basically need to set up a resting macro that has the dark staff equipped when I rest, which is fine. That's a non-issue. I would need to have it set when I start curing. The light staff is equipped, which is also fine. That wouldn't be difficult. But if I have a summon out and I try to heal, there's no way to tell the game, as far as I understand, when I'm done curing, I want to equip the wind staff again. I would probably have to do something like tie the wind staff equip to the act of summoning Garuda, just as an example, and then use that same button as a way to re-equip it. So we're still talking about if we're gonna use like StarCraft 2 Korean pro players terms, it's like we're talking about like maybe 50 APM. Okay, so nothing really breaking the caloric content bank, but still. I haven't thrown out the friendly reminder in a while. If you've enjoyed whatever this has been for the last 2 hours and 15 minutes and you have not followed yet, following helps out the channel tremendously and is a free action for you. It don't cost you nothing and it makes a massive difference in the algorithm. All hail it. This sounds too difficult for my new brain. It really is. It's something that you're not going to even think or need or want to worry about until you start getting sweaty. And it's going to be a long time. It's going to be a long time before you start trying to be sweaty or even have the resources to be sweaty. And there's no requirement to be sweaty on Horizon. It's just squeezing a little bit of extra utility out of your toolkit that maybe makes a difference a very small amount of the time, but not all the time. And the things that you would need to purchase in order to make it useful all of the time, it requires funds that just are just grossly overkill. Just have a weapon that is relatively close to your level if you're like a melee, and you're basically good. Have like reasonably defensive armor if you're tanking, and that's all anyone can really expect out of you. That's all anyone really needs to expect out of you. All hail the algorithm. So true. Glory be to the algorithm. I just want Mr. Bezos to be able to go into space when he wants to. That's all I want in this world. When he is about to go into space and then he sets up like a press release and is like, we did it. We did it, Pro Stoic. You and I got me into space again. I'll be able to sleep even more soundly than I already do. All right, I'm going to jump stream. Hope you have a good one, Stoic. See you, my friend. If I do suss out a good solution, I will let you know. The microphone, if it means anything, is a Yeti X. That's what I'm using. I need to slow my roll. I also need to apply haste. I'm gonna imagine your logo on that ship. Yeah. I mean, I could see myself sliding into Mr. Bezos's DMs one more time. And both ask him if he could put the logo on the rocket ship. And in the same paragraph that I ask him why he never looks at me during. You know, that whole song and dance. Did you, if you're still here, Bailey, did you finish Fatal Frame yet? I'm shouting out Bailey Jameson in chat. If you hold any suggestion that I make with any grain of salt, and like the things that I generally like, you're going to be into watching Bailey. He's a comfy streamer that has been doing a lot of retro stuff, at least recently, including Fatal Frame, which is always a fun, spooky game. And you can also jump scare him using the tools on his channel. Very cool guy all around. Jukebox Hero is a solidly fine person. It would help if I shouted you out. It's really sealing the deal here. Solidly fine person, excellent DJ. Has been getting a lot into Final Fantasy 14 recently, with like bits and bobs of other variety type games like Castlevania Symphony of the Night. Spoiler alert, Alucard is Dracula backwards. Allegedly. I also like constantly spamming his allegedly soundbite in his chat. It really does it for me. I know that kind of makes me like a sick fuck, but would and would again. Lissa Ishida is also a wonderful person that you should go to her channel and follow. A lot of Guild Wars 2, a lot of Final Fantasy 14, a lot of love. Extremely interactive with her chat. Is constantly running charity type stuff. We did an interview with her yesterday because time is a flat circle and I'm losing my grasp of time and space. And that was fun. She's always up to something. All right, the shout out cooldown is over, I think. Let's Sheeta. If there's anything that you're curious about in Final Fantasy XI in general, or party leading, or camp creation, or even what my favorite color is, you just let me know. Ask me anything. I am an open book. It's literally impossible to bother me in any way. And it's probably why that one guy who for about a month kept going around to Horizon 11 channels and trolling them by posting ASCII dick pics and goats and stuff like that. Never came to my channel. Dick guy, if you're out there, can you please explain to me what I did to wrong you so much that you never came into my channel and spammed ASCII dick pics? Like I too was playing on. Like you could, like I was just waiting, like with bated breath, just quietly, in my comfy blankie to reassure me that everything was going to be okay. I was waiting for the day that Dick guy was going to come in and be like, Enjoying your private server, nerd. And then I was gonna hit him with the yes daddy. Never happened. Never came to fruition. He went around my channel. IBGFX. Timeouty. This out of context, but I'm caught up. Yeah, sometimes I get stuck. I get stuck on a conversation and stuff starts flying out of my mouth. It's because I have a dedicated part or dedicated chip in my brain that essentially dictates, like AI generates topics to talk about while I'm, you know, while things may or may not be happening on screen. Like that one time in Bandcamp where we talked about the utility and practicality of having those plastic bagged cereals instead of like cardboard box cereals. We talked about that for like 45 minutes straight, I'm pretty sure. Because chat was fucking fighting me on it. They were like, it's so much more economical and better for the environment to have the giant plastic bags. And then I was like, yeah, but you don't understand the absolute state of organization. Like, you're basically like saying like, well, chaos in the 40,000 universe isn't so bad once you're used to it. Like, what am I supposed to do? Have like a literal pile of bags on top of my fridge? Like, inevitably there's gonna be like a bag that never gets touched because all the bags get like basically encase it like the Thing in ice. You know, from the movie The Thing. Not the new one, the good old one. The old one still holds up. It takes about an hour for anything to happen, but it's not bad. It still hits all the notes that it needs to. I think Electro scared him off by welcoming his presence. Yeah, he had a safe place. He was here. I mean, I still would have reported him as many times as I needed to because he went whole hog on the trolling, man. He created probably at least 20 different accounts before his deed was done and he went back to heaven. He completed his holy purpose. Pun sort of intended. Maybe I can get Shiva out fast enough to do the blizzard. Yeah, I will. They're only now starting the skill chain. I should have been doing this literally the whole time. I should have been blizzarding the whole time, but in my defense, it's been... Actually, no, it hasn't been that long since I played Final Fantasy XI last. But I'm definitely not on my A game tonight. Even though my A game is just mostly consists of get summon X out, do summon X thing, recall, summon X, Y, do summon Y thing, then rest and occasionally cure. It's not exactly like American Ninja. It's not the American Ninja of jobs, but yeah, I can't be fucked. Boxes over bags, they look better inside a pantry too. Oh, Horn redeemed the say something stoic. So accordingly, as fortune allows, we shall spread sail or shorten it. In any case, we shall move and not freeze in the fetters of fear. On the contrary, the true man will not impair his virtue or hide it away when danger threatens from all sides, when weapons and chains clang all about him. A chatter is aptly thinking to themselves correctly, what the hell does that mean? It's basically saying, like, don't be afraid to do the right thing, even if you might be punished for it. Or even if and don't be seen doing the right thing, even if it might bother some people who would prefer that you just not do that thing. There was a situation that I experienced when I was working as a personal care aide in a behavioral school, and the behavioral school was extremely understaffed. It was overpopulated and it was understaffed. And we had received this student who was basically a grown man in terms of his size, was spontaneously aggressive, and nonverbal, except he could say yes, but he didn't understand how to say no. So even if he meant no, like he wasn't interested in whatever was about to go on, he would still say yes. Okay. So because I was heralded as like the point person for dealing with really difficult students and helping them turn themselves around, or at least improve enough as to not be violent. I was also the point person for this student, and it was not abnormal for him to whip iPads at me at like Mach 5 and hitting me in the head with it, headbutting me, biting me, throwing things around at like full speed. Like this one time he picked up what was essentially a toy and whipped it at the wall so hard that it sank into the wall. Fucked up shit like that. And I remember bringing it up to the principal, and I was like, hey, we are not equipped to help this person. Like we need to be like currently staffed like up to the point that we should be in order to make this be a thing. If you don't change this, or we don't try to find extra resources, or we find like a better, more well-equipped and staffed like facility for him so that he gets the actual help that he deserves, I am going to leave. And thereby risking, you know, what was at the time my livelihood by trying to use the fact that I was respected as a employee there to try to get things moving in the way that they obviously should have to take care of a person like that. And she told me she understands, but that she was worried about the optics of how it would look if we try to ask for more resources, or send the student to like a different / better facility or school. Like he needed specialized help, help that we were not equipped or staffed to provide. And so I said, okay. I looked for another job, got another job, because I did what I could, and the only way that I could try to make the situation better was try to force the administration to make the right choice. They failed, and what ended up happening was that the school closed down not that long afterward. It's scary to do the right thing when you have something personal to lose. It is easy to be courageous when it's safe. But actual courage is trying to do the right thing, even if you might be monetarily or reputationally impacted. Sook is the hero that we needed. I would not frame it like that, only because I don't like to think of myself that way. But it's what my role models would have done. So I'm glad that I had the initiative and the strength to override what was otherwise my self-preservation instinct in order to try to do the right thing. Nonverbal, physically able to, can be very dangerous in so many aspects. This dude, for some reason, developed a tick, a reaction, a reflex where once he was on the bus, he needed to be buckled down because he would become sporadically energetic and violent. I don't know what it was. Maybe some kind of situation in his past that encouraged him to become that state when he was in that seat, but it was all you could do to try to get him buckled in place. Afterward, he calmed down. I guess the presence of like the buckle was reassuring to him, maybe like the physical pressure of it. But he was quick, man. He was big and he was quick. He would either try to headbutt you or grab any part of your body that came within about like a foot of him and bite it. And I'm talking about like zombie bite force. Okay. Like he would try to breach skin. Crazy. Most of the other students weren't like that. Well, they had their own concerns and issues and tics, but that was the first time that I had ever. That was by far the worst situation that I experienced. Oh, and he also could vomit on command, which sounds psychotic and was. I forgot about that part. Apparently, I recalled literally everything. I recalled literally everything except for that. But yes, he knew how to voluntarily with no. He could just do it. I don't know how the human body was capable of doing it. I guess it's the same mentality that, like, you know, you hear about some people able to like turn off and turn on their organs at will, like slow their own heart rate and things like that. I guess he just figured out what part of his body could compel him to do that. I dealt with a few of that type on my bus route until the caretaker could no longer handle them. Yeah, that AO, that's exactly how I felt in that moment when, you know, we were just chilling. He was on the iPad, and then the reality was like, hold my beer, you're because I'm about to get wild, even more wild than I already am. Oh man, it's funny now is the thing. Not funny that it happened, but good that I can at least look back on it humorously. Because all you can do when a situation is that fucked up, all you can do is laugh at it. You can't let yourself get to the situation where, like, congratulations. You can't let the thought, this is fucked and there's nothing I can do about it and it's probably going to stay fucked. You can't let that type of thought process take hold of you. It will consume your brain. This becomes a daily part of your day to matrix dodge projectiles. Yeah, it's almost less than even a joke. The job I worked after that, which was also a personal care aide, but this time in an elementary school, that also wasn't bad. I became a little bit disillusioned because the teacher turned out to be kind of a psycho, and I felt bothered, but accepting of the fact that it was like, I guess like every single workplace that I'm going to go into is going to be its own flavor of fucked up, right? Like the kids were fine. The students were fine. The most difficult thing that I had to deal with was the principal became aware of my experience working with very difficult behavioral edge cases and paired me up with a student that had a difficult background, behavioral concerns, and special needs. So he would do things like just walk through the hallways, like he would leave class or sometimes just not bother going to class at all. He would play basketball through the halls. The teachers didn't know what to do about him because, you know, you can't touch the kid. It's not like a behavioral school where if the kid was a threat to himself, we had ways of non-harmingly stopping them from doing physical actions like certain holds and things like that. You can't do that in elementary schools, right? So teachers would just follow him around and be like, you know, it's very disappointing that you're acting this way. I'm very upset that you're making this choice. And he didn't care. Right? He's just like, okay, but you're not stopping me. So I'm just gonna keep doing it. And eventually I established a respect-based relationship with him. Once he realized that nothing that he could do would bother me. Like there was this one time where he, like, this kid was like, he had behavioral issues, difficult background, and certain special needs. However, he was smart. He knew how people worked. And the biggest use case of this, the biggest example, was when it was just him and me one-on-one in a classroom. There were other people that were there, right? There was at least 2 other people that were there. And I was cutting out something, or I forget what I was doing with scissors, and he tried to grab for them and got hold of the handles, and I just kind of, like, he was sick of my shit at this point, right? He was sick of my shit. He got a hold of the scissors, and then he pretended as if he was hurt by holding the scissors, like the scissors cut him somehow. And he did, like, this kid was an actor, man. He put, like, Leonardo, he was like Leonardo DiCaprio in the making. He didn't win anything, but he was very good at acting. And he acted like he was hurt, and I said, "Show me your hands." And he just kept grasping them, and he was confused because I didn't seem afraid, I didn't seem alarmed. I just calmly asked him, like, "Show me your hands." And he kept side glancing to the other teachers that were in the room to try to gauge their reaction. And the teachers knew what this kid was like, so they weren't reacting. And so he got pissed off, knew that the jig was up, and he grabbed for my walkie-talkie. I put one firm hand on top of the walkie-talkie. He got frustrated, let it go. And then after I let him mold for like 10 to 15 seconds, I said to him, "Congratulations." I didn't say congratulations. I'm saying that to the person that leveled up. "We can call it in next few fights unless someone is close." I told him, "I understand how you feel. I am also not going anywhere." This doing stuff like that is unfortunately not going to work on me. You have to make peace with that. And I don't think anyone's ever talked to him like that, because he cooled off, not a ton, but I would say about 5 to 10% afterward. And that was also around the time that I gained enough information about him to know that he played basketball for a little bit after school, so I started playing basketball with him. And I wasn't good, but I gave him more of a fight than he expected. Can call it in. Okay. So we're gonna call it after this next person levels up. Maybe that was way more to say something stoic than you bargained for, Horn, but that's also how my brain works. Is that I just let it go. I just let it do whatever it is that seems good to me. Oh man. Oh, this has been a good party. It's not been the most experience ever, but it's been consistent. Nobody's died. The people that were skill chaining were skill chaining. The healer was healing, the tank was tanking, even though it was a preferred situation, either for me to put him in the position where he was expected to tank or for him to do it. This is a good example of the atypical party combination. There will be circumstances where you have 6 people that are willing to play the video game, but maybe one of them doesn't have the preferred role for whatever it is that you're asking them to do. Sometimes you're going to have samurai pulling instead of thieves or bards. Other times you're gonna have tanks that are warriors or even samurai. Or if the situation is truly Fubar, monks, and you're not going to have a paladin or a ninja. Sometimes you're not going to have even red mages or white mages, and then you have to double up on summoners to try to make something close to like 1.5 white mage. As much of this game is about the journey, it's also about adaptation, making the most of the resources that you brought to the table and are able to get for yourself. That's also why I think that people that expect you to have a certain job combination in your party before they'll even entertain joining are psychos. Psychos is probably too strong of a term, but not well adjusted, not seeing reality. Basketball in a toga must have been entertaining. Yeah, it was the same exact get up too. I just opened up my wardrobe and it's all toga. Oops, all toga. I mean, essentially a toga is just like a giant blanket that you weave 8,000 times. When my channel does well enough that I've recouped all the funds that I've invested into it, I may commission out a new version of the VTuber. Same general style, but I have played with the idea of it being like the Roman Curus, the one that you typically think of, like the late stage standing army-esque Romans. Toga's live mummy wardrobe, yeah. And I also thought about having a version of my model that has a different face. Like literally what's under the mask. And I did ask my current artist what it would cost to do that, and they wanted the same amount of money that I paid them originally in order to design the character to begin with. Which is, and I made doubly sure that that's what he was referring to. I said to him, I just want to be sure you're talking about like keeping the rest of the body the same, but just swapping out the head. And he was like, yes, that's exactly what I mean. Which is honestly not on him to clarify to that to me that was going to be the case. I should have asked ahead of time, so at least I had some kind of like paper trail that was going to be the case. But you know, you can only account for so much, right? The part question: when I see party, does the location of map matter? Or would anyone see the thing? You mean, can they tell that you're looking for party even if you're not in the same zone? Is that what you mean? They can search everywhere for members? Yes, they can. So if you type /C, which is SEA, which is short for search, /S, or you could just type search if you really wanted to. But SEA is the shorthand version, /SEA all, and then a level range. So you could type like a number like 15-18, no punctuation, no spaces in between the numbers, just 15 to 18 as an example. And then you type the word INV, INV, then that is going to show you everyone, anywhere, in all areas that are between the levels of 15 to 18. And so they'll be able to invite you from there or reach out to you. If they just type /C and then the numbers and no all word after C, then it's only going to show them everyone that's looking for an invite just in Valkyrim Dunes. But it's nobody just uses /C unless, I don't know what circumstance you would want to do that. In short, yes, they can see you. You could even make it more granular than that if you really wanted to. You could do /C RDM for like red mage, 10 to 20, INV, and that's going to show you all red mages that are searching between 10 and 20. You can even search, like, if you care about the conquest system, which if you've seen my YouTube video on conquest and why you should care on youtube.com/@civilprostoic, make sure you like and subscribe. You can search for your specific nation. So if you're a Bassock, you could do like /C all 10 to 20 to see, and then Bassock at the end of the string, and see all Bass tokens that are looking between 10 and 20 actively. There's also search commenting, which you really won't need to worry about for a while, except to like set your expectation for how low you're willing to sink to. So if like if you're like level 19 and you want to make sure that nobody sorry, that's a bad example. If you're level 29, you want to make sure nobody invites you below level 20 to avoid getting hit with that 50% experience hit from level syncing too much or too high or too big of a difference, whatever word you want to use. You can go to what you're seeing on screen right now, your main menu, search, edit, comment. Any of these is fine. XP party is auto selected, so we'll use that. And then press enter, and then seek party. And it's going to make a box that you can partially see at the bottom left, and you could be like, level sync 10 plus only, please. And the people that are searching for prospective party members are going to see your search comment when they click on your name to whisper you, and they're going to get a message that says, level sync 10 plus only, please. Or whatever gear set levels you have available. Whatever your minimum comfortable level is, you can put in there. That's a good thing. Later on, if you're able to access only so many areas, like for example, there's an area called Sky and Sea later that you won't have access to right away. You have to do missions for that. You could type like Sky or Sea access equals X, saying basically like you don't have it. Whatever info you want somebody to know about you going into inviting you, you put in there. And that's it. Robert is your uncle. I'm wondering when they're going to release or at least any information about Shadows of the Erd Tree. I want any excuse in the world to play through Elden Ring again. Like, just give it to me. Like, it's been 10 months? 8-10 months since I beat it, and I got all the achievements. And it's one of the only games, probably, that I played ever that I've naturally 100%ed. Like, everything that was doable in the game I did. I just enjoyed it that much. It's rare when you play a game where your day-to-day thought is like, I hope that this literally never ends. It's so rare. It's like a once in a generation type thing. It's like playing Final Fantasy VII and having that be your first RPG. You're like, I just want this to keep going forever in perpetuity. I just put that I'm new to partying and might need some guidance. Perfect. Totally fine. If you see me online, Bluey, literally never hesitate to reach out to me. I've trained my brain so that there is nothing that you can do that could irritate me. Even if you ask the same question multiple times over, like, I don't know, weeks, a month, it's not going to turn me away. You're not able to, like, projectile vomit at me, so, like, you're good. You can't bite me, you can't headbutt me. As far as I know, unless that's you standing outside my window. And if it's not, I'm going to choose not to think about it. Elden Ring looks and looked very good. Yeah, absolutely. Even if it's not your typical type of game, I would say that it is probably slightly more forgiving than Dark Souls 3. Not by much, but just enough. It's very easy to group up with people in that game. You're never going to find a shortage of people playing the game and co-oping for probably, I would guess, like 1,000 years. What the shadow at the window do? Yeah. I'm not gonna think about that. It's some Junji Ito shit. I've read the manga, sorry. What was it? Gao? The fish one. The one where like all the machines were poured into the sea and started attaching themselves to fish. Don't headbutt me. I probably deserve it, please. I bruise like a banana. Don't do that to me. I will squeal and cry as my defense mechanism. It's not threatening in any way, but it will be annoying enough to probably make you stop or consider stopping. I'm not like a big Junji Ito stan. Just because he strikes a chord, like a horror chord, that is as psychological as it is just straight up uncomfortable to experience and look at, which double teams my brain and makes me feel even more unsettled than it would if I was just looking at like straight something unsettling or watching something that was just like psychological horror. It's spooky month, so it's okay for me to talk about this stuff. I don't think anything is going to beat Midsummer though, as far as like psychological horror goes. Like there is gore in it, but the whole thing, like Midsummer is the Junji Ito of, I think, like the Swedish cult movies go. I don't know if that's even like a subgenre, dude, but we're winding down, so this is just the stuff that's gonna start coming out of my mouth at a rapid pace. Sorry, I had to do it. The good old pull your pants down defense. Yeah, if the enemy doesn't know what I'm if I don't know what I'm doing, the enemy doesn't know what I'm doing. Puts on a clown suit. You guys are idiots that are expecting to look for soldiers. Everybody loves Undertale. I robbed myself of the Undertale experience. I didn't respect it, and I really should have. I thought it was just going to be one of the many copy and pasted like RPG Maker games that became extraordinarily popular like within the last 5 years or so. And because I didn't respect it, I watched way more than I should have. And then at the point that I realized that what I was experiencing was actually good, I didn't make myself stop because I felt like I had learned too much. It was like some kind of messed up sunk cost fallacy that took hold of me. And I was like, well, I watched this much. I should probably just like finish it and get it out of my system. Which is the same thing that I did when I was trying to trick myself to not do what I had to do to get a PS4 to play Bloodborne. I watched all of Bloodborne, and it is probably one of the most deeply disappointing things that I could have done. Because I have a PS5 now. I just didn't give it the chance, man. I will straight up let Miyazaki do whatever he wants to me. Okay? full stop, if he releases a 60 FPS version of Bloodborne on literally anything. I will hand him a blank check that basically says something to the effect of anything. What do you want? You want money? You want my body? A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. Did we level yet? I don't know. That's a pretty good use of Whispering Wind. That healed about 700 HP for 120 HP for 120 MP. It's not bad. Keep them guessing. Keep yourself guessing. You'll be unstoppable. I want to play Undertale. It's like $10-15, isn't it? And that's not me encouraging impulse buys. But I do think that compared to what people get out of it, they definitely get their money's worth. Or what the amount that people invest in it, they definitely get their money's worth for it. It also had a sequel that I think is done called Deltarune, and that I haven't learned anything about. I haven't looked into that one at all, but I haven't heard as many people raving about it as I expected. Let's get Grid out here and we'll haste. Dude, I don't know what my body wants. I'm sick of feeding this meat sack that I'm carrying around. Like, I gave it Pop Daddy Dutch apple pie pretzel sticks. I gave it a turkey sub earlier. I ate unsulfured ginger slices. Like, what does it want? Dude, it's always trying to go to the bathroom or consume things or bang things. Like, just chill out. I've watched nothing on it. All I know is that people say it's good. Good. Do not watch anything on it. If you have the means at some indeterminate point in the future to purchase it when it's on sale, absolutely do so. Do not learn from me, man. Do not make the same mistake I did. It is so insane to me that it's like picking up my button presses, dude. I don't understand how that could be the case. I'm gonna have to get weird with it. I'm gonna have to get weird with my boom mic situation. There's no universe where I should be doing this. I feel like, based off of no empirical evidence whatsoever, I feel like it has something to do with my software settings. Like, it's not my software that I use to suppress sounds that are unwanted is not kicking in the way that I would prefer it to. So I just have to take a probably increasingly insane number of steps to try to resolve the issue until I fix it. Once I get in the headspace that I might have to get weird in order to solve a problem, I typically succeed. I make sure that I pre-accept, like I do my acceptance meditation, that maybe things won't work out and that the situation is just going to be fucked in a particular way. But in most cases where I crack my knuckles and take out my hoop earrings and kick off my heels and get ready to throw down, the stuff typically moves at least a little bit. It's the only reason why I'm still not having, or why I haven't experienced the internet issues that I experienced for the first, that I subjected you guys to for the first 6 months of streaming. Where every 30 to 45 minutes, the stream was buffering for like a solid 10 seconds. Congratulations, ×2. Was that the level we were looking for? I got weird. I had 4 techs come out. I prepared a pamphlet to hand to the technician so that they were apprised of everything that they could possibly want to know about the situation and what my guesstimates were the actual cause of the problem. And they acquired new equipment to single out and identify and track down a, quote, loose part, unquote, that was on some amplifier that was causing some kind of fucked feedback loop that was making its way back to me, causing the issue. It took us 6 months to get there, but I also never stopped getting weird about it, and it's resolved now. All right, thank you all. Vote on whatever you'd like. Thank you, Rant, for being willing to tank. All right, let's level sync off. I'll take a D2 whenever is good. Thank you for D2ing. You also want to reinforce people positively whenever you have the opportunity to. Okay? It is free to be nice to people. So absolutely do it. Like if you think, if at any part you think, I think it was a nice thing that they're doing, or I appreciate the fact that you can help me out in this particular way, just say it out loud. Let's take a look at something real quick. How are you feeling, by the way? I know last time I was here, I was a little sickums. Yeah, I basically did a, if we're gonna roll with the robot theme, I did a system update and a malware scan, and I am peachy. I'm peachy now. It's just because I got re-upped on my flu shots and whatnot, and it messed me up in more vibrant ways than I expected. Like I wasn't able to sleep. I was aching, knees weak, mom spaghetti, and I just needed about 2 days to get over it. Yeah, caught some of that. Okay, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do, chat? We're gonna raid Rans. Rans is an amazing individual that mixes up DJing with playing Phasmo and whatever else comes to his mind. It's been a while since we raided out to him, and I want to show the guy some love since he's always here supporting me. That's it. I'm gonna get this hour plus breakdown of how to be a party lead and camp creation onto YouTube, probably within the next couple to a few days, and then I'll throw up in the Horizon media channel when I've done that, so you can be apprised. Otherwise, if you've enjoyed this, make sure that you follow. It's a free action that helps me out in more ways than I can explain. And I will see you guys on Wednesday, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard. Raid DJ Rans. Goodbye, my friends. Is there a Discord to join, by the way? No, not at the moment, but I am gonna make one at some point, or reverse engineer one that I already have. I just haven't. It's on my list. I just haven't done it yet. Goodbye, bye, bye, bye. See you later. Bye.